Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depends on your time and your location. And once again, happy Sunday to all the well meaning Biafrans, lovers of freedom, to the people of the indigenous people of Biafra. In my special greetings to my president, Maazị Nnamdi Okukano, my special greetings to my prime minister, Maazị Simon Ekpanjoko, my special greetings to Dr. Ngozi Orabeze, the DPM, the acting prime minister of United States of Biafra. I salute you. I greet you. I greet and salute all the Biafra army, the commanders, the generals, and you and all the police. I salute all of you. Good morning from my location. Yeah, my fellow Biafrans, I salute all of you and I also welcome you for this morning broadcast. I welcome you. Please, as I welcome you, please welcome another person to join us to do this morning, and also for us to educate ourselves more on things that we need to do for our own freedom. That is why it's very, very important if you will adhere to join us this morning. Once you come, you like, you share the program. By doing so, you are helping to build Biafra movement under United States of Biafra. That is our government. So I want to thank you for being here also, and also let you to understand one thing, that what we are doing is our rights. There is difference between right and when it is the inalienable right of the people to do what they are doing. I also want you to know one thing again, that the voting that is going on in Biafra land is a call, or it is a sign that the Biafra government is in charge of the population of the Biafran people. It's also proved to the world that we have a permanent population live in Biafra land. It's also proved to the world that we have a defined territory and borders. It's also proved to the world that we have a workable, effective government that are ready to enter into agreements or sign treaty on behalf of the people of United States of Biafra as a new country that was declared on November 29, 2024. That is how you know how imperative what we are doing is. So it's also a way to prove to the world that the government is the government that represents the will and protects the lives and property and give security to all the citizens of Biafra. This is why you have to vote. For us to remove that country called One Nigeria, that simply means death sentence to every indigenous person in that contraction called One Nigeria. One Nigeria is a place that the citizens does not have the right to protest, where the citizens does not have the right to talk that this government, you are not doing it well, this particular place, that you must do it well. Once they come outside to exercise their right, the government of Nigeria will go after peaceful protesters, that the government of the world, the government will go against the people that carry only placards without gun and bullets. Instead of them to find out what leads to carry the placards, what leads to carry and people to leave their jobs and their works and offices to come out to protest, they will not do that. Rather, they will go and negotiate with the bandits and Boko Haram that have AK-47, have all kinds of weapons to do what? To buy the indigenous people, to take their life away from, to on off their life. So that is why we said in that contraction called One Nigeria, that we as the Biafran people are not going to fold our hand, watch our children, watch our mother, watch our girls being raped and being killed. This is what the Biafran people has stood up and realized, that if you don't chase them away, if you don't take them out of our land, that the only intention of the Fulani jihadists in Nigeria need is to Islamize all the indigenous people in their own ancestral land. And who are these old Fulanis? From Senegambia, from Mali, from Chad, from all over, they gather together and enter, and Nigeria bring them in. So when Nigeria think like bringing them in, favor them today, is no longer favoring them. That is why you have to adhere to support the movement of the new country called United States of Biafra as a new country, that will put an end to all these inhuman treatments, that will put an end to raping, kidnapping. That is why we are telling you that Biafra is a solution to all the things that are going on in Nigeria. Because for Biafra to become a country, it simply means that every indigenous person is protected, because Biafra government will not allow anybody to die anymore. That is why we told you that we are the solution to the killings that is going on. We are the solution to stop all these killings and all the inhuman treatment. That is one thing that we all must know. That is why we are fighting to liberate ourselves. And that is why we, after feel like we have liberated ourselves, we went to Finland on November 29, 2024 to make official declaration of United States of Biafra as a new country. As what? As a new country that have merged from all over the world so that people may understand what is going on and what people are passing through in this era. And also, why the government of Biafra is only hope for every human being who lives in, who his color is black. It is important that you understand this aspect. But before that, what my people of Biafra, you see all the things that is playing out. I also want you to know that many that is playing out is also playing out in our own favor. Many things that are playing out is what? Playing out in our own favor. That is one thing that must come into your mind. It is very imperative if you know that everything that is happening now is happening for our own favor. Remember, they are not just happening. There is a reason why it's happening. And Chukwu Okadiama is the one that made all this to be happening right now. But before we go further, we want you to understand that the only solution is what we are offering to the world. Declaring Nigeria a country of particular country of concern, is it the solution to what is going on? The answer might be no. The answer is no. What will put an end to that sanction or to that thing, a country of concern, is giving Biafran people what they are seeking for, which is international recognition. That is what will put an end to the killings that is going on in Nigeria. No. So, we all have to come to agree that yes, America did well. They are also doing well, also to showcase the reason Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya and brought him back to Nigeria. The reason also proving Finland wrong of arresting our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoko. These are the things that we, the Biafran people, must have in mind. And when you have listened to our DPM yesterday, from her speech, you may understand that what Oba told you, what any of us is seeking for, has been granted to us. Then the question is, what do I mean by that? Declaring Nigeria as a country of concern is something very huge. Because of what? The killing in general, the killing that is going on in Nigeria in general, is one of the most important things that we all have to, and also paving a way or proving that over all these years that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Simon Ekpa, the president of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the prime minister of Biafra, Mazi Simon Ekpa, they are all right in what they are fighting for. To do what? To defend their own people, to give their own people that life that America is giving to their own people, to also give the life that UK is giving to their own people. It's also give us the life that Finland give their own people. One is that when you have a security that secures your land and property, everything comes in between, because in every country, security is top-notch. But in Nigeria, the security was meant, when you will see them, it's only when people carry placards to come and protest in the social media, on the streets, and they will go against those who are protesting for the benefit of all of them, including the police and army, who are not eating the best salary in the world. But because of the concussion, because of how Nigeria was created as a country through the amalgamation of 1914, then is by force. That is why everything in Nigeria is by force. So they will use their military, police, and what's not to force the people. I hope you can see that. That is happening in everything that we are doing. So the United States of Biafra is the country that gives hope to every indigenous person to live. So that is why standing on the side of the government of United States of Biafra is only option we have, because it is where our rights will be emphasized, or where we can be able to make use of our rights of being a human being. But you know that in that one Nigeria called death sentence could not give us the chance, could not give every indigenous people a chance to exercise their rights, whether protest or in any means at all. So that is why we almost rallied around to support United States of Biafra as that country that will make us to have our rights. That country will make us to our right to be what belongs to us, and a government who will listen to us when we cry and can be able to do something. Not a government who has already put a law that will sentence all of us if we try to exercise our rights. So, my people, before going further, I also want to thank all of you that participated in our fundraising yesterday to support the will of the people. I thank you so much for doing that. It's our right to do that. That is why the government is for us. And that is why the support that we are giving to the United States of Biafra is very important, because in Igbo adage, asigna owe go jiolo. So, my people, everything that we are doing, worth doing this time around. So, let us listen to our DPM on her address to Biafran people yesterday. And so, to make out something from there, they're going to help all of us, for you to know that your government is doing the needful and they are doing the right thing also.
That's what Tinubu is practicing. All of us remember the woman. The woman that was, I think you said that in Kaduna or Kano, that was stoned to death. Not Deborah, another woman that was preaching the Bible. They took him, they killed him. Tinubu never said anything. None of the governors in those states, nobody came out to condemn those people. It's not just easy. Or it's not just okay that something happened without your awareness as a leader. But what do you do? What did you do as a leader? When you hear things like that, you come to condemn the killing of those Christians. Did you maintain that? Did you give your people those trainings to let them know that what they are doing is not Muslim, it's not practicing Islam? Did you do that? No, you don't do that. Because you brought these terrorists in to support you to win elections. That's all that matters. To continue to be in leadership positions in Nigeria. Not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore. Can't continue to encourage genocide of Christians in Nigeria. I think it's business as usual. No. All those agents you said on Twitter to say, Trump cannot tell Nigeria how to practice Sharia law. No, no. It's not about that. It's not about that. You missed it completely. You missed it completely. You missed the thousands of indigenous Christians that have been murdered in Nigeria, including children, women, innocent, young men and women kidnapped from their schools, taken into the bush, undergraduates kidnapped from their dormitories, into the bush. Nobody ever saw them again. And the Nigerian politicians are treating it as business as usual. That is what they do, business as usual. They don't come out to do that. Now they'll come out and tell you, we are trying to engage these terrorists. But underneath, they encourage policies that encourage these terrorists to continue to kill us. They encourage that by their actions and things they do, by their policies. And we all heard the one that is the Senate President Abadjo. Was it not just last week or last 2 weeks? When he was saying he's going to go to America and come and tell the American legislators there is nothing like Christians being killed. These are the kind of criminals you allow to occupy positions of leadership in the state called Nigeria. Manipulators, liars, is informing those that they could, thank God, the world have realized what they do. Yes, the Senate president, he was preparing. Tinubu already told him to go to America and tell Donald Trump that there is no killing of Christians in Nigeria, that they are misinterpreted. We are an independent nation, therefore we can decide.
Yes, that is why I decided, because all of us has listened to our DPM yesterday. But before going further, I want to thank those that are in the comment section. Oliver Ozo, good morning from here. Shoes from Ghana, good morning from here. Wabu Ubu, good morning from here. Then Mado, good morning from here. Emmanuel, good morning from here. My senior brother Kevin, I greet you. Good morning from here also. Thank you for all you do. And thank you for also being here this morning. I appreciate you so much. You're welcome. We are treating this morning the first part of Nigeria, that's America, who are like number one world power in this current regime that we are into, put as a particular a country of concern. And what are the meaning of all these things? They are putting them. Is it just a mere story? Is it just a mere name? Is it just no? There is what all these things means. A country that kills the indigenous people, a country that the security is polluted, a country that kill and without showing remorseful, a country that their security is corrupt, the country that their security cannot be able to protect indigenous people. Now you know that all this that is happening in Nigeria is triggering one thing out. It's to prove to you that Nigeria is just a mere geographical experience of a white man. Ogolu, good morning. You're welcome. Thank you. And you can see our DPM. There is something when you know who is your leader. Whenever she comes out to speak, you will hear that thing that makes her a leader or he a leader. You heard it clearly yesterday from her. And all the things she said that makes Nigeria to put in that list is what is going on. And when those things are happening, people are free to go and form their own country. When a place you call a country is no longer secure your life, and there is inhuman rights, abuse of life, abuse of rights, intimidation, torture, and all this, then a group of people has rights to go and make their declaration, to have to form their own new country. These are truths that we all must know. These are truths that are not supposed to be far from us. So, what are those things that put Nigeria where they are today? Number one is killing. That we all flying on social media. And the America did not use all the social media. They went down to find out themselves what is going on. And they find out that there's a lot of killing of the indigenous people, the real Hausas who are the real Muslims, and the Christians who are living in the north. They all are being killing for a very long time. And this a country of concern can trigger many things. Do you know that we as the Biafran people that make our official declaration can use it to argue and trigger our international recognition? It can. Today we are going to do exposition. How can US putting Nigeria as a country of concern help USB for international recognition? That is the exposition we are going to make this morning. Because you know how we do it, we're going to make it together. Between I and you in the comment section. Before we go, you know how we do it. We always wait for 10 people. We have 9 people that like. So once the cross is 10, or we get to 10 numbers, they will move. Continue to listen to our DPM in case if you failed to listen to her yesterday. Everything that she's saying here is what triggers America to put Nigeria as a country of concern. And it is in the choice of America to do that because they are number one world power. That's why I told you, when you are a country, do not think you have right to do everything the way you want it, because there is agreement that makes you a country. There is a treaty. There is international laws that guides you who is a country. Once you arbitrarily fail any one of them, what will happen? The law must take its course. My people, so before we go in this morning, I want you to, if it's the first time coming on this page, you will see a 3 dots on your right hand side where I'm pointing top of the top of your screen. You will see a 3 dot. Click on that 3 dots to open. You will see like and so please like and share the program so others may come in and join us as we are moving to what we have to do this morning. This is our exposition. Because everything that is happening in our own favor. Everything that is happening right now is happening in our own favor. And if it's happening in our own favor, we are going to make useful of it. Because when those chances occur and we did not grab them, or we didn't make properly use of those things, they will be against us or things will be delayed. That is one that is important that we all must have in our mind. There is things that needed to be done, and we must achieve them. We have to do it. For us to do what? Get our international recognition, and also how putting Nigeria as a country of concern can help us to get our own international recognition. How putting Nigeria as a country of concern, how can it help us to get our own international recognition? Is it a way? Because when something happens, you look at that thing, oh, is it what I'm going to be my favor on this that is happening? If there is a little slight chance of your own favor, you grab it. For you to do what? Push it further. I see you, Kevin. I greet you again. You're welcome. Thank you so much. It's been long. We went on our time. Thank you so much for coming this morning to remembering us. Thank you so much. So, like I said, we are 10 right now. So, we are going to go into what we have on our own comment section. So, what we have on our headline. How this can help the Biafran people to get our own international recognition because of putting Nigeria on a country of concern. A country that kills the indigenous people. A country that kills Christians and also the real Muslims of the Hausas. All these things, when they're happening, they said all these things call for the country to be sanctioned and revoke their mandate. So we are peacefully calling for UN. UN cannot be good if they refuse to remove that evil woman who is there. That woman who did not born child, who allowed people's child to die anyhow. They must remove that woman. Kevin, thank you so much. UN, if America, if UN Council or UN members or those who believe in UN want to be truth, they must remove that woman that Nigeria has bribed. We are letting the world know that that woman who is in the head of UN is a corrupt and a criminal and a 419 woman who values money more than life. That is why a lot of atrocities are going on all over the world, and she is not saying anything. If happen to condemn Nigeria, she is supposed to be the one to condemn Nigeria. But because of the benefits and the money this evil woman is making from Nigeria, that is why she's not saying anything. And as people's students are dying, she's happy. May what happened to people's students happen to that evil woman who sit down on the UN and do as if everything is all right, where people are bleeding and dying. We wish you what is happening to the indigenous people and the killing is going on because you are the cause. You, evil woman, must leave the office, and all the council members must fight and remove that evil woman. That woman is evil, is satanic, is demon. That woman has to suck blood of innocent people. That is why people are dying every day, and she is not saying anything. We are warning you. Before what will swallow you will come to you. It's not a threat, but we are telling you direct. For you to know that the evil that you as a woman who carries a child 9 months and deliver, the question is, do you have a child? If you have, is it with your own womb or you just adopted? Because that is how people like you are very wicked. People like you who did not give birth to a child, who adopted a child, always are extremely wicked. And you like when people's own are dying, so you and they will be on the same class. That is who you are. You are an evil woman. That is why the killing of the indigenous people in Nigeria, you play a deaf ear and blind eyes, because They are not your children either. And that's why I ask you a question. If you have given a birth to a child, you will know what people are passing through in the north, in the middle bay, in the Benua, that this evil woman is not open her mouth to condemn Nigeria, what they are doing, except America congressmen stood up to condemn Nigeria. Since over all these years, Britain doesn't talk about passing and the Kanu UK, but today, because of other countries have developed their interests. Do you see that? So, we all must understand the game and the politics. And when you are ready to play the politics, only when you have your country. Is having a new country is all about politics. Allow me to deviate small. I will now come back. Someone like Ogenkere, look at Ogenkere talking. It's so annoying, so irritating. A man, a mechanic workshop man, who has never come in Thailand or politics, even local politics in America, is the one that people are following. You see how the small sense, how the small head he has, that is how small sense he has. He only has sense when it's come to sabotage the movement of Biafra and be speaking ganja with so-called Sonny Abakrawa. That boy, the kind of change what they change when Sonny Abakrawa is unimaginable. So, my people, we have understand the time, the right hand wall on the wall. We have understand it. And that is why we are doing what we are doing. That is why we are not relenting, or we are not panicking either. But what are we doing? We are letting the world to know that that evil woman who sits in UN should be removed, should be impeached. She is evil. She is the reason why many countries are fighting, many wars, many killings, many Boko Haram, and she is not doing anything. Master Kevin, there's a comment you make, I don't understand, but it's well, so far it's coming from you. So, when you see our DPM, okay, so now Bakrawa, they think that that their lie is moving any of us. Love day, good morning. Okay. I understand. Okay. So they are Bakrawa with Ogenkere and those that are following them. Child, what happened to you are just your common sense. The so-called Ogenkere, a workshop mechanic man, who by grace or by criminal way find himself in America, who has never voted for the first time in his life, he didn't know, he know nothing about politics. Who stays in Quebec, who are hiding. When you look at the so-called Ogenkere, with his Opiolo Mango, the small head he has, feel that nothing is there, only lie and deceive the people. But I am happy that the real Biafran people that stand on the mandate of our declaration, that who has followed all the principles of the world, understand that the international global community only give recognition to a state, not to a group. Because why? Those that make the body on the international community are countries, not group of people. Countries are the one who came in together to form it, not group of people. So, do not be deceived by their lies and their deceits. Do not be deceived by their propaganda. I'm going to Washington, D.C. Remember, this Washington, D.C. is why Master was calling him to come to give an account before he was arrested, and he refused to come. Nobody give a recognition to a group of people as a state, no. And it's only a state that a state can recognize. And if you're not a state, nobody recognize you. So the shenanigan of taking our people's money that Ogun has said that, oh, only way he can reach himself is talking about Biafra. And you look at the way he was insulting our prime minister, Ma Simon Ekpanjoko. Then you may know what exactly is going on. So I leave it there. We are going to go into exposition of how CPC helped Biafra after the declaration of independence to get recognition. Now that they put Nigeria as a country of concern, and somebody may ask, what is the meaning of this country of concern? My people, do you want us to first go and understand what is the meaning of country of concern before we can go into how can this opportunity that occurs help United States of Biafra to get our own international recognition, unlike Sudan and all of them? I want you in the comment section. Would you like us to know what is meaning of things that they will happen before they will say that this country has become a country of concern? Like where US or America puts Nigeria, the death sentence of what Nigeria, what it means. Do you want us to go into that? Please, can someone answer? I want to know what is in your mind. Or do we all understand what is simply mean country of concern? I'm waiting for an answer, so let me know the area, whether I will go indirect or we should start from there, then now get to where everything, because all of them are inclusive. Do you want us to first know what is the full meaning of country of concern and what will be happening before we say that this country has become country of concern? Yes, thank you, my brother Kevin. I see you. And from you, I will take it from here. So, let us know what is the country of concern and why they put Nigeria in this particular place right now. Let us see. Because when we jump one and leave one, it may not all go well. But when we stand on it, then we can make it to augur very well into what we are doing. Putting Nigeria as a country of concern, what does it really mean? What does it really mean for Nigeria to be there? And now that we are seeking for our own international recognition, will we understand that a country of concern is where evil, killing is happening? In Africa, this time around, where you have much killing, much corrupt country in the world is Nigeria. In the way of a white man, or in the Asia or Europe, the way what triggers them to put a country as a country of concern might not be really what happened in our own in the in that thing called One Nigeria, which means death sentence to every indigenous people. In that one thing they call One Nigeria, which the meaning of One Nigeria that put them to consider of consign is what? The death sentence over the indigenous people in that contraction. That is why for me, I always use that word, that the meaning of One Nigeria is a death sentence to the every indigenous person. You can see, who are those that die in Nigeria? Who are those that are dying in Nigeria? Is it not the indigenous people that are the one dying every blessed day? Is it not true? Is the indigenous people are the one dying? Go to Benue State today. What are you seeing there? The indigenous people. Go to every part of North. What is happening there? The killing of the indigenous people. Then, in Biafra land, in our own country, what is happening? What is happening in our own land? Is it not killing? And who are the indigenous people? Is it not you and I? That is one thing that we must understand. So, you must know why everything that is playing out now are in our own favor. So that's why I will always tell you, everything that is happening in our own favor. And we must use this opportunity as it comes very well. I hope you are following. When it's come to this country called Nigeria, that is a death sentence, then let us see and hear what it means of a particular country of particular concern. Because everything that is happening, there is a reason why it's happening. Now listen to what that word, country of concern, really mean. Then after that, we will go into how can this country of concern help our declaration of United States of Biafra to get international recognition. When something happens, Chukwu Abiyam has, there is reason why it make it to happen now, that the topic of the world are, moreover, Biafra. Let us go on.
The meaning of the phrase, country of particular concern, CPC, when applied to Nigeria, is a formal and very serious diplomatic designation by the United States government. The designation is not about the country's economy, stability, or democracy in general. It is focused solely on the issue of religious freedom. 1. The literal meaning of CPC. The designation Country of Particular Concern, CPC, is defined by a specific U.S. law, the International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, of 1998. Term. Definition in the context of Nigeria. Country of Particular Concern, CPC. A country whose government has engaged in or tolerated particularly severe violations of religious freedom. Particularly severe violations. Under U.S. law, this means the violations are systematic, ongoing, and egregious. Key violations cited: acts such as torture, cruel or degrading punishment, prolonged detention without charges, and other flagrant denials of the right to life and security based on religious identity. 2. The context for Nigeria. For Nigeria, the CPC designation is primarily based on two key failures regarding the right to religious freedom. Key failure. Examples cited by US officials/groups: tolerating non-state violence, the failure of the Nigerian government and its security forces to effectively contain and prosecute extremist groups like Boko Haram and ISWAP, and armed non-state actors, e.g., certain militant groups, who target Christians and Muslims deemed not sufficiently devout, particularly in the North and Middle Belt regions. Engaging in persecution, actions by state governments that directly violate religious freedom, such as the enforcement of blasphemy laws in some northern states, which lead to the prosecution and severe punishment of individuals based on their religious expression or perceived insults to religion. In short, the CPC label means the US believes the Nigerian government is either complicit in or grossly negligent in preventing large-scale violence and legal discrimination against people based on their faith. 3. The consequences for Nigeria. The CPC designation is one of the strongest diplomatic tools the US has to pressure a foreign government. While the consequences are not automatic, they are significant. Potential sanctions. The designation opens the door for the US president to impose punitive measures. These can include restrictions or cuts to US foreign aid, non-humanitarian, limiting or suspending US security assistance and arms sales, targeted sanctions, travel bans or asset freezes against specific Nigerian officials deemed responsible for the violations. Diplomatic strain. It creates a severe diplomatic rift, publicly damaging Nigeria's international reputation and making bilateral relations with the US more difficult, particularly on issues of trade and security cooperation. Increased scrutiny. It intensifies global media and NGO focus on human rights in Nigeria, which can negatively impact the country's image and may deter foreign direct investment, FDI. The Nigerian government typically rejects the CPC label, arguing that violence in the country is a complex issue of banditry and resource conflict, not strictly religious persecution, and that it is committed to protecting all citizens. Would you like to know which other countries are currently designated as countries of particular concern by the US government?
I hope you followed me. Now because of our time, we are not going to play 2 times as normally do. We're going to play it once like we did now. Then we play, we pause, we explain, or we analyze to every layman understanding. We want to expose what is especially mean. And if you look at, so for us to understand that why, or the things that makes the United States of America to declare Nigeria particular country of concern, the CPC. The CPC. Why? Is it true? Is it happening to the indigenous people or to the, when it's come to Christianity? Is it just a mere story? Or is it a propaganda? So you and I, who is fighting to have a new country, what makes us to fight? It's not this thing that is going on right here, they mentioned here, that make them to want to put sanction resistance on them. It's not what makes us to want to leave out from move out from Nigeria. Emmanuel, great good morning from here. I see you're welcome. Yes, like we normally do this time around, our line are open if you want to make a suggestion in time before maybe you go to church or you want to go to work or you want to rest. So you remember that number to call is +9 7 33 60 51 337. That is number to call. +97 33 60 51 337. In case if you wanna call. So let us finish this one very fast, and we'll now go. We have it at many times to discuss about this because that is the real happening. And we, the Biafran people, should put our voice to prove that what America saw and put this a restriction to Nigeria is real. And by we doing that, it's also getting us very close to our international recognition. These are very important for us to achieve it and for us to get what we are looking for. That is why I told that our exposition this morning on issue of country of concern, how it can help us Now that Biafra has been re-declared again on November 20, 2024 to achieve our goal.
The meaning of the phrase, country of particular concern, CPC, when applied to Nigeria, is a formal and very serious diplomatic designation by the United States government. The designation is not about the country's economy, stability, or democracy in general. It is focused solely on the issue of religious freedom.
Do you got something here? If I know Golu, you're welcome. It's been a very long time, but you're welcome. Thank you for coming. Please, as you come, please like and share. As you come, as you join us. The designation is not about a country economy, stability, or democracy in general. It focused seriously on the issue of religion's freedom. Now, could you guess how they are coming on it? They are not doing it because of Nigeria economy. They are not doing it because of the democracy in general. They are not doing it because of the stability. No. What? Religions and freedom. Where the agenda of the Usman and Fojo, of the Fulani jihadis, is to Islamize. And the Islamization has already been going on because in the whole entire world, the only country who has two laws is Nigeria. The Islamic law and secular law. And inside the secular law, that one favors only them between North and the Yoruba. When it's come to Igbo man, when it's come to the Biafran people, the secular law does not favor us at all. We are their slave, the way they see it. They say we are third-class citizens. Could you imagine? We that have been at Nigeria is existing. If you say that Nigeria's existence is not depend on Biafran, the Igbo people, why not divide Nigeria and let us what will happen? Why not you call on our table? If you claim you, the Fulanis have something doing, very important, that you are not living by the grace of the Biafran people or the Igbo people. Why not divide Nigeria and let everybody go their separate ways and see how what will come out of it? Why not? So the country of concern by US in their law is not Biafran people has that law. But because of the things they put, because America is also afraid, they have until they understand that giving us recognition, having Biafra as a full country is only what will save them, because they know that every country will attack America. Is it not true? So as America has placed this sanction, the only thing they will do again for them to not be placing under this sanction is what? To find a solution. And the solution is what the Biafran people have already given America. What is that? Recognition to Biafran people. Then we will protect our border. If anything happens, we can also retaliate. So it's only when they make Nigeria a safe haven, it's only when they start attacking those countries they want to attack. Because they are not being able to penetrate inside America authorities to have power there. Not like UK, where they are the one in all the heads of whatever they are doing in America, in UK today. So, and because of that, these people are not in charge in the head of what America is doing. That is why America can be able to declare Nigeria as a country of concern. Can British or UK do that? The answer is they can never. Because if they do that, the oil and this current one, they say they find out in the same Imo State again. They know that they will stop getting that resources. So that is why they cannot be able to talk. That is why UK remains silent, because they only care for the money they have started making from 20 centuries till this day, and it's not okay for them. So, my people, the country of concern is all about religions and freedom. These days, they are pushing in the north that before you, who is Reverend Father, will preach, you will bring what you preach to them. They will examine before you will go on. And they will tell you how many hours you have to do in the church and the things you will say and how your mega mic will not be outside. Then the question is, are you free then? But when they want to do their own, they block the road and do it. Let's go into number 1 of this.
1. The literal meaning of CPC. The designation Country of Particular Concern, CPC, is defined by a specific U.S. law, the International Religious Freedom Act, IRFA, of 1998.
Do you see it? This law was not meant yesterday. 1998, when some of us was never even born. This law has already been there. So, and because of the America study and understand the world, and also being a world power, remember, gives them the right. Now that they have declared Nigeria, particularly a country of concern, what next? Could be the question. What next is the question. If what is next is not to end it, that means America is also playing a very bad politics with people's life. And now that America has been put Nigeria as a country of concern, they have become an enemy of those Fulanis. So if they see chance now to attack America, they will go on and do that. I hope you are following. Number 1, the literal meaning of CPC is where we are right now. Let us go into terms. Definition in the context of Nigeria, of declaring Nigeria a permanent, a particular country of concern. Listen.
Term. Definition in the context of Nigeria. Country of Particular Concern, CPC. A country whose government has engaged in or tolerated particularly severe violations of religious freedom.
Now, in Nigeria, do they violate the freedom of worship? Is the question. The answer is yes. Religions to be free. No. That is why when you are doing anything in their area, your mic could just be only there. Well, once you come outside, you have committed a crime. Is that a country that people want to stay? Now, remember the issue of this particular country of concern is not because of the economy going down. It's not because of the that thing. It's all about because of religion, worship, and freedom. They want everybody to have their own freedom. That is just it. So, that is why we understand it and we have adhered very fast, very quickly, to make our official declaration on November 29, 2024. That is why we are telling America, if you give us recognition, go and sleep that we will handle these people. But if you're not, you are going to be always on looking out on what is going on. What is going on? Sorry, my people. Let's continue.
Particularly severe violations. Under U.S. law, this means the violations are systematic, ongoing, and egregious. Key violations cited: acts such as torture, cruel or degrading punishment, prolonged detention without charges, and other flagrant denials of the right to life and security.
Prolonging a matter without charges, without coming to an end. Is it not what is happening in the case of Masino Nandi Kanu to the prior president? Is it not true? What they are saying here, is it not what is happening to our prime minister? The injustice from Finland. The injustice from Finland. So, in everything that we are doing, now that Nigeria has put where they belong, we must intensify in our efforts. to prove otherwise who we are, and also to get our international recognition. I see you, Ziwe. Good morning from here. Thank you so much. Acts such as terror or demanding punishment. That all the things that happen for Nigeria demands punishment, and that is the punishment. Remember, the punishment without proper solution is West. After you have put Nigeria here, and you did not make sure that the indigenous people who are breakaway, like me, who is a Biafran, who believe in the declaration of United States of Biafra that happened in Helsinki, Finland, on November 29, 2024. If the solution we give the option to end all this impunity, to end all this, is once you are not taking it and you're only giving them sanction, they will still plan a way to attack you because they don't care. Where you know that Nigeria does not care is breaking all the international community laws to get the Mazen and the can. That is, something has happened. They don't care. So, let's continue. Number 2.
Based on religious identity. 2. The context for Nigeria. For Nigeria, the CPC designation is primarily based on 2 key failures regarding the right to religious freedom.
Listen. We are going to hear that key factors when it comes to Nigeria. For Nigeria, the CPC designation is primarily based on 2 key flaws, regardless the right to religion and freedom. That is where they centralize everything. The armor tankers that are in our country, in our land, which happen to be Odimegu, in Old Anambra, what for? So, if Nigeria is on this today, if Nigeria is acting the way they are acting, then that is when you understand that what America did is right. But the value of what they did is when they grant the indigenous people their freedom. Then for how many years do you want to put them there? The one you put before you left, the so-called evil man, their former president, I forgot his name, remove them from there. So what you want is the politics. When you come, you play a good man to the Christians. The other one who will come, believe Muslim will come and remove it. That is politics that has no solution. But when the putting them there is trigger the freedom, the international recognition of the indigenous people of Biafra, then we put an end to that. So you won't be panic, you won't be bothered again. Because we are going to stop those things once we are a new country. Once now that we are a new country, once we get our recognition. Yes, Joe Biden. Thanks so much, Kevin. So when you are giving Nigeria a country of concern and you did not give them everlasting solution, it doesn't work anything. So the only thing that's more important now is the everlasting solution, which the Biafran government is going to give to you once you recognize as a sovereign state. That is all we needed. Then we put an end to all this because we know why and we know how we can put an end on it. And we also know those who are doing it. That is why it's very important.
Key failure. Examples cited by U.S. officials/groups tolerating non-state violence. The failure of the Nigerian government and its security forces to effectively contain and prosecute extremist groups like Boko Haram and ISWAP, and armed non-state actors, e.g., certain militant groups, who target Christians and Muslims deemed not sufficiently devout, particularly in the North and Middle Belt regions.
Let's read it here first. Mazo Okonkwo, Biafra TV. Is it Mazo Okonkwo is this? Is it Mazi Osno Okonkwo? I want to know. Oh, Mazi Osno Okonkwo for a very long time. I lost your contacts. This, so you know, on your platform. Did you know who called you? And we beg Ugo 247 to forgive Chiamaka Ajere. I hope you remember. Mama doesn't know. How are you doing? How is Mama doesn't know? Where have you been? Sorry, my people. This is a senior comrade. Those I learned from them before I opened YouTube. Mazi remembered what happened to Chiamaka Ajere, how we beg PM, and how we beg Ugo 247, where he says no, and that there's no need to forgive Chiamaka Ajere. I hope you remember. Miles Nokonkwo, honestly, I need your number back because we got to talk. Mazi, I need your number, seriously. Yes, Nigeria has come to an end. And the only reason why we're supposed to be happy on this is what? That now we have a country. Now we have a government. And the governments are doing well. So that is the reason why it is very imperative for what is happening now. You have already seen why the key failure of Nigeria and how all the words of Mazi has come to be fulfilled. Mazi Nokonko, please let me give you my own number on from here direct, so you can send hi to me. You can be able to talk, and my program is open if you wanna call to say something. My number is +9 7 3 60 51 337. That is my number, Mazi Nokonko. I repeat again, +9 7 3 60 51 337. Mazi Nokonko, please, I would like to talk to you. I want us to talk. Despite your busy schedule, please. So, when you look at the so-called Nigeria, why they put them there, the things that you had from here, why Nigeria is a failed state, is it not true? The failure of the Nigerian government and its insecurity forces to effectively correct and prosecute extremism group like Boko Haram. Boko Haram, I don't know in Nigeria. Before, if it's only one group is Nigeria, now it's up to 10 or 5. Even this new one that attacked Nigeria military on 31st of October. Mazi Nokonko, thank you. Just send me hi on WhatsApp. Then I will, after my program or on your let's visit time, we'll talk. I know that you're at work. Thank you so much. Honestly, I'm happy to come across of you this morning. I am blessed to have you on this comment section. Thank you so much. So then, is it only the what of the ISWAP? Are they not in Nigeria? And Nigeria could not stop them because all this group was brought by the Nigerian government. That's why they cannot stop them. Then let us continue. And armed non-state actors, like giving the pig acid of Kubo weapon to be clean the indigenous people. When they say, like someone like acid of Kubo, that pig in the creek, what he's doing is the things that the international community hates so much. That is the things that are leading to putting Nigeria on the country of consign. creating military groups like Ebubago, Aguna Chamber, and all of them, who target Christians and the Muslims, demand not sufficient movement. Who are they killing? They are only killing the indigenous people. They are only doing what? Killing the indigenous people. That is the thing that we are seeing today. And that's those things that we are hitting, we are hammering. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is raising his voices over all these years. Today, it's because of Donald Trump. It has come to fulfillment. Now that it has come to fulfillment, but without everlasting solution to all this, it will continue happening because that is who Nigeria is. Nigeria don't care. They only care to the killing of indigenous people. How they will Islamize everyone is only what they care for. Even as I'm talking to you, they don't care about this sanction, what is coming to them, because they don't know what is coming from this country of a consign. They don't really understand it. Because they thought it's just end like this. Many embargo, many sanctions will come to individuals and the entire country also. So, Nigeria as a popular country, they put as a country of consign. And the things that are happening in the Middle Belt is an example. Also, it's also proof that they are not even the America, the eyes on ground. The killing is going on in the Middle Belt, in all this northern area of the Christian areas is much. In those areas that these things are happening, there is the Muslim really living there. There is Christians that are living there. None of them are fighting one another. So the killing that is going on, and whoever said that what America did is wrong, may Nigeria happen to them. May they kill any member of his family and kidnap some of them. So when all these things are going on, they are seeing it. And this is what was Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the president of United States of Biafra, is fighting for. This is what my prime minister, Mas Simon Ekpa, is fighting for. This is also now in charge. Now that Biafra has been declared, the deputy prime minister, Dr. Ngozi Orebeze, is also stopping in Biafra land. Because whether you like it or not, all this that is happening are gearing towards one thing.
Engaging in persecution.
Engaging in persecution of who? Engaging in the persecution of who? Listen.
Actions by state governments that directly violate religious freedom, such as the enforcement of blasphemy laws in some northern states, which lead to the prosecution and severe punishment of individuals based on their religious expression or perceived insults to religion.
Do you hear that? This action of Nigerian government violating the rules of the religion freedom and the indigenous people's rights is going to lead to what? To sanctions to individuals in that country. When they sanction President Tinubu, is it not the entire Nigeria that have sanctioned? It is. Because according to them, according to the law, he is number one citizen. True. Is what? True of what is going on. So, we must use this opportunity. Everybody na kuno okwu Igbo na asị na na-eji ofu akụ gbagbuo odo n'abụọ. That is when we go on how this sanction will help us to get our own international recognition as people of United States of Biafra for a full sovereign state that are in control of their border. Let's continue.
In short, the CPC label means the US believes the Nigerian government is either complicit in or grossly negligent in preventing large-scale violence and legal discrimination against people based on their faith.
Do you hear that? In short, the CPC label means the US believe the Nigerian government is either committing in organizing negligence in the legal aspect of it. So, based on the violation of the human rights of people are not free to worship, are you not seeing? Have you never heard on social media the voices of the people in the north, the Sultan, those that claim that they want to Islamize us, that the Christianity, that before any pastor, any grandfather will go to pulpit and preach, that he will write what he's going to do there and bring it to them. They are going to be the one that are going to examine it and that tell him, talk like this, not talk like this. This is how many hours you will talk, you stop. Is it not true? So now that God is with us, we have to use every multiple dimension to make sure that we nail our recognition. Because the place is wide open. Let us go number 3.
3. The consequences for Nigeria. The CPC designation is one of the strongest diplomatic tools the US has to pressure a foreign government. While the consequences are not automatic, they are significant.
They are significant. The CPC designation is one of the strongest diplomatic tools the US has to pressure foreign countries that are killing their indigenous people, like Nigeria. And all this kind of killing happens. Arise TV will not carry it. Channel TV will not carry it. AIT will not carry it. Sleeperbed will not carry it. MTN will not carry it. BBC, the wayo people, the liars and deceit cannot carry it. They will not. Because of what? They are protecting territorial integrity of one Nigeria, which means death sentence to every indigenous person. I won't call you a name, but let me tell you one thing. One is on this platform that you can take your 1 hour, your 20 minutes to write garbage. It takes me only 1 second to delete it out and block you. It's the truth. So you could see why Nigeria is there. And in all ramification, what makes America to put Nigeria on this particular a country of concern? Does it not want it? My people. The killing that is going on is for one thing. And people will be saying, oh, it's not going to happen. Did anybody believe that Afghanistan will do what they did today and become a country? Did anyone believe that Afghanistan will do what they did to America on their own? And today they become a country that even Russia has zero recognition. Russia has give them recognition. Afghanistan. What of we that are not attacking, not killing anybody? We only on social media raising our voice for the world to know that we need a new country, that we need Nigeria to be divided. But that is the only way you stop this. Just let me tell you that Nigeria has already been divided. It's only the stupid Igbo people are the one claiming one Nigeria. Let me give you there's something that you may see. You don't do reasoning inside it. You don't reason at all about it. When you see a Yoruba man, their government is glad to do something, they will first play their own Yoruba nation anthem. Or do the national anthem. They have their own national anthem, their own Oduduwa, general. what makes them all Yoruba. They have their own what? National anthem. They have it. But can any of Igbo elite sing Biafra national anthem in their gathering? In the Yoruba are playing or acting like Afghanistan. Afghanistan, yes. They are one Nigeria in the eyes looking. But deep down inside their hearts, they are Yoruba nation. They Oduduwa. That is why in any of their gathering, they must sing their national anthem that they be singing before the amalgamation of 1914. Do you get that? But they will play as if they are one. Oh, Nigeria is important to them. No. If Nigeria is important to you, why are you singing Oduduwa national anthem if Nigeria is not divided by you? You know, sometimes when we see something, we don't have time to take our time to reason the meaning of it. If in their mind, inside their hearts, they are not Oduduwa people, why are they, if their governors gather together, they will sing the Oduduwa national anthem? Are you not be seeing that? Are you not witnessing it with your own eyes? They will sing you Oduduwa Dide. Stand up. I call it that particular word. Oduduwa Dide. Stand up. As Oduduwa person. But the so-called, the stupid elite of Igbos and those Igbo who claim one Nigeria, tell them to sing their own national anthem, which that we use when Ojukwu fought for war, when Biafra was a country for 3 years. They cannot open their mouth in the and sing, do it, except singing, using Nigeria's national anthem. If a governor of Nigeria who is in Lagos, a governor of Lagos State, having a gathering under political or to discuss affairs of his Lagos State project or whatever, they will sing their own Oduduwa national anthem. But the stupid people of our own who will come and write nonsense cannot be able to sing Biafra national anthem. Is it not evidence that Yoruba are playing double standard from day one? If you look at people who are dividing Nigeria more, the Yorubas are the one dividing. Why are you singing your own national anthem and they're calling Omo Oduduwa Dide? Stand up, Omo Oduduwa. Fight for your own country. Is the meaning of their national anthem on their own. And they sing it every time in and out. That is how the Afghanistan did. In the night, in the morning, they will be military under America. In the night, they will become the army of Afghanistan. That is the game mind that Yorubas are playing. But our people are cheapishly moving like cow, moving like goats. That is why we are calling the world that the solution to these killings to stop is divide Nigeria according to our tribal line. Once it happens, every border will be protected by the indigenous people of that particular country or that region. Why Nigeria border are very porous is that in Nigeria, and you go and check, the non-indigenous are to line the indigens. Go and check. The rehabilitated Boko Haram has taken over. They are in the one on top of every security offices in Nigeria. That's why they told you, oh, you will not do anything or shoot any Fulani herdsmen. You will not do any, you will not attack any Boko Haram. You will not attack any ISWAP until you get order from Abuja. Then when it's happening, Abuja will off their phone and they will not answer. And everything will start happening the way it's happening. Please, as you come, like and share. Remember, like I told, that our line is open. In case if you want to call, you are free to call to make your own suggestion at your own time. Because I think we're going to have a long hour this morning. Let us continue.
Potential sanctions. The designation opens the door for the US president to impose punitive measures. These can include restrictions or cuts to US foreign aid, non-humanitarian, limiting or suspending US security assistance and arms sales, targeted sanctions, travel bans or asset freezes against specific Nigerian officials deemed responsible for the violations.
Do you hear that? Why is it important? And also, I will tell America, US, and the message I sent to UK. The aid you are giving Nigeria is to use and buy arms and give the Boko Haram. They will buy it, keep it a place, and they put some few people, some few military to go there and be there. Then they will give the Boko Haram order and tell them to come in large number and collect those things. And after they have went away with it, Nigerians will not track them. They will never bring it out again. Then those people will be used to attack the Nigerian military and they kill the indigenous people, both Christian and the real Muslims, the Hausas. Are you following? So, the sanction, like I said, is very important. You see, the aid that UK and the America is giving Nigeria is what they use to equip the bandits, the Boko Haram, the ISWAP, the Lacroix, and this new AGTF son that arrived newly. Check in one country, and you have no less than 6 of different groups of Boko Haram that are trying to make Nigeria safe haven. From there, they can relax and store their weapon and attack any country in the world. But now that we are giving a solution, why can't you offer a solution? Security assistance and arms sales. Stop selling arms to Nigeria, because they are not using those arms to protect the indigenous people. Rather, they are giving it to this Boko Haram and ISWAP to them to come and attack the indigenous people and kill them. That is how they get the powerful weapon they use to kill people in Benue, in North, in everywhere. You know how much they are selling those things, and how much those things cost. It's one of the most important that we need to look into it. So you may ask, where this money is coming from? Nigeria is that country who will borrow money from country to use it to equip Boko Haram. That is why, when they borrow money, if they are sharing the money, for instance, Nigeria divided himself. Nigeria himself is a country that has also proved that you, as an Igbo, you're not a member. The last sharing of things they give every state, they did not give so-called Southeast. They did not give them. They only give the Yoruba and the North. Now they will take your own to go and equip the Boko Haram. So you may see what is going on, what is happening. That's why we are calling America. Stop assisting Nigeria in anything humanitarian. Stop selling arms to Nigeria. We have got an evidence from Biafran land, from Biafran army. When Biafran was, they came to attack the Biafran army. We get a thing that proves that America are also selling things to them. The things that we are selling to them is what? Remember the weapon they bought from you, and there is a Lehi agreement that it will not fly to an indigenous people's land to attack them. Nigeria is to come and attack the indigenous people. So that's why we are asking, we are telling Donald Trump and his men, stop giving Nigeria any aid. They are using it to buy weapons to give Boko Haram. After some days ago, or some days or 1-2 weeks now, we've seen them brandishing their arms. That is not 1 naira. So, what Nigeria needed is not help. The solution is what Nigeria needed. What is the solution? The solution is what the Biafran people has already given to the world. If Biafra is a country, Oduduwa is a country, like the way it is before the 1914 amalgamation, what will happen? Everybody, every indigenous person will protect their own border. Have you asked yourself, how did these guys come in and they are still coming in till today? Because the owners of the land or the indigenous people are not the one protecting their border. It's the same them are the one protecting the border, and because of he who are in Nigeria military, who is Boko Haram rehabilitated. And also, can you tell me that country that have ever captured a Boko Haram and rehabilitate that Boko Haram, put into a military or police? Please, I want to tell me one country you know about it. It's only in Nigeria that is happening. Do you know why? Because in the entire world, Nigeria is only country who has a document called Amalgamation of Nigeria. Nigeria is only that country who did what? Who has by force people to stay together. Nigeria has only that is why everything about Nigeria is totally awkward. Nigeria is only that country in the entire world that rehabilitate Boko Haram, put them inside the security apparatus, and also give them a chance to become a president of a country. Tell me any other corners that's happened. Tell me the corners how they become a country. They did not fight. They did not go to self-referendum. They only got in through amalgamation documents. These are the things that makes it a failed state. These are the things that makes Nigeria is not a country. Nigeria is that country who a white man made them to become a country because of oil and gas. Nigeria is only that country. They are a country because of a white man asked them that you from today you are Nigerian. Chrissy Bright, you are welcome. The religions are not going to be the only solution, because when you solve the religion solution, those that are causing the chaos, those that are carrying arms and killing people while they are sleeping, have you take those guns away from them? If you take the guns away from them, rehabilitate them and put them into security, you have given them rank to go and kill more. Now they will be clean officially. They will be buying people officially. They have rights. There is one man, a musician, Morocco, in history. They say there is one man, eche go me okpara afie ebe a o wesi gị na the man ka na aju ya kedu ife mere o ji wee chi ije army or wes I want to go to military because it has been long I want to be killing people. It has been long that it's hungry me to kill people. So when you rehabilitate, tell them and put them into military, put them in the border, they will open their border, the border, to bring their people more in, more and more. So that is why the only solution that can stop all this, after this sanction, after putting Nigeria on a country of concern, is to make sure that you divide the country, that every indigenous people stay according to their own tribal line, and they have their own law that govern their own. They can be able to protect their border, to know when the enemies and those that are invaders are coming in, so they can be able to use their hand and stop them from coming in. Because we are leaving the solution and be complaining. We will leave the solution and be doing the other way around. When something has a solution, if you are not giving a solution towards that thing, it will continue happening. So that is why I am telling you, now that we have understand what it means, a country of concern. A country of concern is that country that have failed to protect their own citizens, that are putting restriction on those that are worshiping what they believe on. Tell me today, if a Yoruba or an Hausa man is the one protecting his border, when you see a person that he doesn't know, you will chase him back, or you arrest him, throw him in prison. When you feel like you want to release him, you release him and send him out of the border. So he will not go and bring one person. Let me give you one example. How criminals rob. They all are not coming the same time. One person will come first, stay on surveillance, mount guard, monitor the whole area. Another person will come, anchor. Another person will come, stay. Then those that have already come and anchor and stay, and the informants will be passing message to those that are coming. Because without somebody sitting down there, those ones will not come in, because when they come, they will miss the road and something might happen to them. So that is why that when I told you that the solution is what the Biafran people has done, where people see it as we have committed a crime or we are not serious. But before I go further, I want to tell you, when you born a child, did that child just become serious automatically? No, he will play. It tends to look like child's play until you get to serious. That is how having a new country is. So the only thing that will solve this problem is giving us international recognition as a country. Then we will protect our border by ourselves. We will not burn our market. We will not burn our people's house, because it is the Biafran people are the one protecting their own land by themselves. But when it's not like that, the killing will continue. The injustice will continue. The so-called borders that are polluted will continue working. Yes, the Biafran people has taken their own referendum. If you are following us from the beginning, we conduct our referendum on October, and we have over 50 million people that voted for our self-referendum vote. Before we make our official declaration on November 29, 2024, from that day, we start building an existing country and a sovereign state. That is what the international law told us to do, and we have achieved that. We must continue, my people.
Diplomatic strain. It creates a severe diplomatic rift, publicly damaging Nigeria's international reputation and making bilateral relations with the US more difficult, particularly on issues of trade and security cooperation. Increased scrutiny. It intensifies global media and NGO focus on human rights in Nigeria, which can negatively impact the country's image and may deter foreign direct investment, FDI.
I hope you get here very well. All these things that is happening is doing what? Is damaging Nigeria. What? Integrity. And they are not just happening. They are happening because the indigenous people must be free. I hope you are following. The US, who put Nigeria on this big sanction, understand what the government is doing. It creates several diplomatic rift, publicly demanding Nigeria international reputation, damaging Nigeria international reputation, and making it betrayal to the other countries like US because of the insecurity that's going on in there, because of how Christians are being treated. Which can, more difficult, is making things more difficult in the eyes of the world, the way Nigeria is going right now, for them to be a country also. Particularly on the issue of trending and security of cooperation. In Nigeria, do we have security cooperation? And what is security cooperation? Security cooperation is when somebody is attacking in my house, I will just put a call or text a message to a number. The security will now come to serve me. Do we have it in Nigeria? The answer is no, we don't have it. Increased security. It intensifies global media and NGO focus on human rights in Nigeria, which can negatively impact the country image and may delete foreign direct investment, FDI. The human rights that Nigeria is violating. The human rights that Nigeria does not value at all. Now that you have valued all those, I find that Nigeria does not value it. And those that are doing it are Nigeria and those that they keep, and even their military. We give solution to give Biafran people our official recognition as a new country. Everything will be solved. Is how everything will go down. Because when we are presenting our border, we will not allow them to do that evil work anymore. It's very important we understand why this sanction is very important. The Nigerian government typically rejects the CPC. I reject here, yes, now because they are able people. They don't want their nyash to open, but the nyash has already been opened. What happened? I said Nigerian nyash has already been opened widely, so that is why America can sanction them. Have you asked yourself, why is it the UK will not sanction them? Why? Because the oil that is in Biafra land so that is why we have to do everything humanly possible to support our official declaration of United States of Biafra that took a place in Helsinki, that's in Finland, on November 29, 2024. We are some days to make it 1 year. And the world has still remained silent. Do you want them to buy all of us before you can answer us? Now that you have placed Nigeria on the embargo of a particular country of concern, if Nigeria is good, why do you do that? That is why the Biafran people has still said no, that we can never accept to go back to Nigeria anymore. We will never. We have come to make it happen. And the under diplomatic movement, not under armed struggle. So everything that we are doing is our own good.
Nigerian government typically rejects the CPC label, arguing that violence in the country is a complex issue of banditry and resource conflict, not strictly religious persecution, and that it is committed to protecting all citizens.
Now, look at what Nigeria government is saying. The question here is supposed to ask Nigeria, if you claim that it's a banditry of Fulani herdsmen and all the rest, those that are they dying inside farm or inside their house? The people that are they dying inside bush? Is it not inside their house? Let's just watch one video to support what we are saying. Only one video. We're not going to play much, because we always have much to play. Please hold on. Let me get the video and play. To prove these lies of banditry, of Fulani herdsmen, of Fulani clash, farmer herder clash, all these are not truth at all. They are not truth at all. I'm coming. I am checking the video that I want to play.
What is happening?
No, not this one. Just pardon me. I will get it. Just 1 minute, I will get the video, because we must play the video to support what we are doing. I played video yesterday. What is the video I played yesterday? Do you see people running away from their house because they have? Do you see that? Do you hear it?
That's our community. That's our community. That's our community. That's our community.
When they enter the community, the people will flee from their house.
Good news. I said,
people will flee from their home, their own ancestral home. They will leave it and run around inside bush. So for those who are telling you it's a farmer herder clash, it's a banditry, it's this, is that. That is why I'm calling on you. We are letting the world to know that no matter what Nigeria we may like to present is a pure lie. So that nobody should be deceived anymore. And as I told you, that only way to quench this is what? By giving the indigenous people their land to take it over. That is the only way. The same way they are burning houses when they are Boko Haram, when they are rehabilitated to prove that their agenda is to Islamize, they will continuously do the same thing. That is why we are here to let the world know that we are not going to accept this. That we are not going to do it. The time is over for us to continuously. That is why we stood up and do what? Make our official declaration of United States of Biafra as what? As a new country. Only this one video, like I said, has proved something to you. That what we are passing is not just an coincidence, it's well-planned or orchestrated attack to the every indigenous Christianity and the real Muslim of the Hausas. That's what we're seeing today. So that is why we are calling on all the world powers to do what? to support and give us official recognition that we will use to stop this killing that is too much. So please, we beg on all the international community to grant us this, what we're asking for them. We have our life to live. At what? We will be alive like every other people, that they are alive in their own countries. Why our own is it different? Why the world don't want us to live is the question we're asking the world. Why you don't want us to live? That is why we told America to leave our land. So the Britain happened to be UK. Leave us. For over how many decades do you want to take this oil that makes you to be allowing the indigenous people to be killing every time, and you say nothing? So we must continue, my people. Like I said, our line is still open in case if you want to call. Okay, my brother. Please, in case if you want to call, our line is open to give a phone call or your voice on number plus 9733 6051 337. That is our phone number. In case if you want the world to hear your voice, that what we are saying is the right thing, so you have right to do that. Before we go into next session, now you have understand the meaning of country of concern. Is that country that are killing indigenous people? That country that people has their right was abused. All these things that you had here today, is it not what is happening in Nigeria? Is it not what Nigeria is doing? Yeah, Biafra did not give us only to spiritual on us. It's physical. Once you are on the right hand and supporting United States of Biafra Declaration, you are on the right. You know that Biafra is given physical and spiritual. These are the truths that we all must do what? Must understand without wasting time. So, let us go into second session that is on our main program today. What is that? How can Nigeria name being under this right now will help us to achieve our international recognition? Is it anyhow? And if there is, what will trigger to that? Is the question. So we'll find out today. So you know that everything happening is happening in our own favor. Please, 1 minute, my people. Please, 1 minute. I will be there. Yes, we are going to see how now that they place Nigeria on embargo, and some of their, very soon you will hear the names of those that have been sanctioned. Even Tinubu is number one, because they know him as a drug lord, a man who did not qualify to be a president. So, listen as I play this voice.
That is a highly relevant and strategic question. For a secessionist group like the one advocating for Biafra, the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, for religious freedom violations, can be transformed from a general human rights issue into a specific diplomatic asset for achieving international recognition. The CPC designation does not guarantee recognition, but it provides the geopolitical leverage that a simple declaration of independence lacks. Here is a breakdown of how the CPC status can be strategically used by Biafra to seek international recognition after a declaration of independence. 1. The legal argument, remedial secession. The most powerful way the CPC designation can help Biafra is by providing external validation for the principle of remedial secession. The claim, remedial secession, argues that a distinct group has the right to break away as a last resort when the parent state commits systematic, egregious, and ongoing human rights abuses against them, and all internal remedies have been exhausted. The CPC evidence, the US government's formal designation of Nigeria as a CPC, means the US State Department has officially found, quote, systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom. The link. Biafran advocates can connect the persecution highlighted by the CPC to the ethnic and religious identity of the people in the proposed Biafran territory, arguing that the Nigerian state is not only failing to protect them, but is effectively creating the conditions for their annihilation or marginalization. This makes the Declaration of Independence appear not as an act of rebellion, but as an act of necessary self-preservation. 2. The diplomatic strategy, gaining high-level patrons. International recognition is a political process where key countries, patron states, must lead the way. The CPC status makes this process easier. Lobbying Western governments. The CPC designation is driven by specific US law, IRFA. This gives BIRFA advocates a direct mandated entry point into foreign policy discussions in the US Congress, the UK Parliament, and the European Union. They can lobby these bodies with the argument, you have formally condemned the conditions that necessitate our independence, therefore, you have a moral obligation to recognize our self-defense measure, secession. Targeted sanctions. The CPC designation opens the door for the US to impose targeted sanctions, travel bans, asset freezes, on Nigerian officials responsible for human rights abuses. This pressure can cripple Nigeria's diplomatic capacity to fight Biafra's recognition, making it a less costly political move for other countries to support the secession. 3. The publicity strategy, the humanitarian crisis. The CPC status brings heightened global media scrutiny to the violence and insecurity in Nigeria. Controlling the narrative. The Biafran movement can use this attention to frame the struggle less as a territorial conflict and more as a humanitarian intervention issue. Drawing on the tragic precedent of the Biafran War, 1967 to 1970, the movement can appeal to international sympathy, positioning the breakaway as the only stable, rights-respecting alternative for the region. NGO and donor support. The CPC status encourages international non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and faith-based groups, who are often highly influential in the US and Europe, to offer political and material support to the people in the Biafran region, further legitimizing the break and establishing a de facto relationship with the international community. What Biafra must do to maximize this advantage? The CPC designation only opens the door. Biafra must still meet the Montevideo criteria for statehood. Required action. Post-declaration. How it leverages the CPC designation. Establish effective control. Must demonstrate that their new government, not Nigeria's, maintains exclusive security and administrative control over the claimed territory, proving they can guarantee the religious freedoms Nigeria failed to protect. Commitment to human rights. Publish a constitution or founding documents that explicitly guarantee rights for all residents, including any ethnic or religious minorities within Biafra's proposed borders, countering the narrative of fragmentation and ethnic purity. Prevent internal violence. Ensure that all armed groups associated with the movement are unified and operate under strict civilian control, demonstrating they are a stable force capable of observing international law, unlike the abusive forces operating in the CPC-designated state. Seek UN observer status. Use the documented human rights failures, the CPC findings, to lobby for a debate in the UN General Assembly, or even the Security Council on the humanitarian need for self-determination. The key takeaway is that the CPC designation is a powerful political and moral weapon that allows the Biafran independence movement to argue that their secession is not just desirable, but legally and morally necessary to end systematic state failure. Would you like to know more about the historical example of South Sudan, which successfully used a severe human rights crisis to gain recognition from a parent state, Sudan, that was also sanctioned by the US for human rights abuses?
Do you listen to that? Let us play one once again so you can be able to can enter very well before we start our analysis.
That is a highly relevant and strategic question. For a secessionist group like the one advocating for Biafra, the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, for religious freedom violations can be transformed from a general human rights issue into a specific diplomatic asset for achieving international recognition. The CPC designation does not guarantee recognition, but it provides the geopolitical leverage that a simple declaration of independence lacks. Here is a breakdown of how the CPC status can be strategically used by Biafra to seek international recognition after a declaration of independence. 1. The legal argument, remedial secession. The most powerful way the CPC designation can help Biafra is by providing external validation for the principle of remedial secession. The claim, remedial secession, argues that a distinct group has the right to break away as a last resort when the parent state commits systematic, egregious, and ongoing human rights abuses against them, and all internal remedies have been exhausted. The CPC evidence, the US government's formal designation of Nigeria as a CPC, means the US State Department has officially found, quote, systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom. The link. Biafran advocates can connect the persecution highlighted by the CPC to the ethnic and religious identity of the people in the proposed Biafran territory, arguing that the Nigerian state is not only failing to protect them, but is effectively creating the conditions for their annihilation or marginalization. This makes the Declaration of Independence appear not as an act of rebellion, but as an act of necessary self-preservation. 2. The diplomatic strategy, gaining high-level patrons. International recognition is a political process where key countries, patron states, must lead the way. The CPC status makes this process easier. Lobbying Western governments. The CPC designation is driven by specific US law, IRFA. This gives BIRFA advocates a direct mandated entry point into foreign policy discussions in the US Congress, the UK Parliament, and the European Union. They can lobby these bodies with the argument, you have formally condemned the conditions that necessitate our independence, therefore, you have a moral obligation to recognize our self-defense measure, secession. Targeted sanctions. The CPC designation opens the door for the US to impose targeted sanctions, travel bans, asset freezes, on Nigerian officials responsible for human rights abuses. This pressure can cripple Nigeria's diplomatic capacity to fight Biafra's recognition, making it a less costly political move for other countries to support the secession. 3. The publicity strategy, the humanitarian crisis. The CPC status brings heightened global media scrutiny to the violence and insecurity in Nigeria. Controlling the narrative. The Biafran movement can use this attention to frame the struggle less as a territorial conflict and more as a humanitarian intervention issue. Drawing on the tragic precedent of the Biafran War, 1967 to 1970, the movement can appeal to international sympathy, positioning the breakaway as the only stable, rights-respecting alternative for the region. NGO and donor support. The CPC status encourages international non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and faith-based groups, who are often highly influential in the US and Europe, to offer political and material support to the people in the Biafran region, further legitimizing the break and establishing a de facto relationship with the international community. What Biafra must do to maximize this advantage? The CPC designation only opens the door. Biafra must still meet the Montevideo criteria for statehood. Required action. Post-declaration. How it leverages the CPC designation. Establish effective control. Must demonstrate that their new government, not Nigeria's, maintains exclusive security and administrative control over the claimed territory, proving they can guarantee the religious freedoms Nigeria failed to protect. Commitment to human rights. Publish a constitution or founding documents that explicitly guarantee rights for all residents, including any ethnic or religious minorities within Biafra's proposed borders. Countering the narrative of fragmentation and ethnic purity. Prevent internal violence. Ensure that all armed groups associated with the movement are unified and operate under strict civilian control, demonstrating they are a stable force capable of observing international law, unlike the abusive forces operating in the CPC-designated state. Seek UN observer status. Use the documented human rights failures, the CPC findings, to lobby for a debate in the UN General Assembly, or even the Security Council on the humanitarian need for self-determination. The key takeaway is that the CPC designation is a powerful political and moral weapon that allows the Biafran independence movement to argue that their secession is not just desirable, but legally and morally necessary to end systematic state failure. Would you like to know more about the historical example of South Sudan, which successfully used a severe human rights crisis to gain recognition from a parent state, Sudan, that was also sanctioned by the US for human rights abuses?
Do you listen to this? Yes. The present or the future lies on the old histories. That is how it begins. You must have from somewhere. So let's move, my people. Please, as you come, please like and share the program. As you join us, like, share the program, please. If it's the first time coming to the page, you will see a 3 dots on the top of right hand side of your phone on your screen. Click on that red dot, it will open. Then you will see like. Just like and share the program, please. And subscribe to the YouTube page to help our platform to grow more. Thank you so much by doing that. So you are hearing how, see, everything that happens sometimes will be an avenue or opportunity to grab something. And when the opportunity comes, if you did not grab them, they will get away from us. So we need to grab this opportunity. With the Biafra people who can use it to do something. When they will tell you, oh, Biafra is being taken, freedom is being taken, it's not being given. Whatever we are doing towards the lobby, and there is a criteria, there is existing protocol. How many countries becomes a country today? And there is no shortcut. So when the things that nearly lead to shortcut plays out and bring itself and represent himself for you to get what you want, you grab it and use it. So we now go in, we play it, we pause, we do our analysis for our brothers and sisters to understand how this opportunity that called can help us to where we are going. Because for me, I found out that we're only looking for one thing, not two. What is that thing? Only international recognition is only what we are lacking. Despite that, we have everything in abundance. The 4 criteria on the Geneva Convention as amended in 1947, the Montevideo Convention of 1933, the Vienna Convention, and all what's known is all there, and we have overmade those criteria. So therefore, for me, the only one that is important to me is now I have a government. After our official declaration of Biafra as a new country on November 29, 2024, 1 year, it remains some days to ship into our 1 year anniversary that don't have been declared as a country. So, and everything is going smoothly for us. So when we, in the name of the things are going smoothly from us, and we see an opportunity to drag some, we drag it and we get it. That is an opportunity that have called for us to grab something.
That is a highly relevant and strategic question. For a secessionist group like the one advocating for Biafra, the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, for religious freedom violations can be transformed from a general human rights issue into a specific diplomatic asset for achieving international recognition.
Do you hear that? For a secession group like the one advocating for Biafra, like United States of Biafra, to Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, for religions, freedom, valuation can be transformed from a general human rights issue into a significant diplomatic asset for achieving international recognition. For achieving what? For us to achieve our own Biafra international recognition that they are going to give to who? A country. Because a country gives recognition to a country. And a declaration has already been made. So, if the world are looking for the people to give the recognition, they are going to give it to those who believe that a country, not those that believe in that they are in a group. After they will turn back to whatever, I don't know. So, my people, we must understand why we are here this morning. How everything that is happening now will help us. How we can put it inside diplomatic movement, and we can use it to achieve our objective and our goals. So, we are not going to relent. Now that Nigeria, being a country of a particular concern, instead of us to look at, oh, it's all about only because of religion freedom. No. They said we will do what? We will transform from a general human rights issues. We have make it to become a problem of the whole indigenous people. And what happened? They said that asset can use it to achieve international recognition. Nobody knows it all until you give it a try. Let's continue.
The CPC designation does not guarantee recognition, but it provides the geopolitical leverage that a simple declaration of independence lacks. Here is a break.
Remember, the CPC does not grant recognition, but it provides the geopolitical leverage that is a simple declaration of independence lack. This CPC creates a tool that after a declaration of a new country, that people of that new country can use this CPC to do what? Now that Nigeria is a country of death sentence to every indigenous people, we can argue about what? That is human rights issues, not only religion freedom. No. And argue in that way in time, we draw attention of the world also to know that the only solution is for giving us Biafra as our own country and everything is okay. You must continue. Remember, Nigeria lack official declaration. That is why when I see these collables that are messing up social media, call themselves and that woman, the evil woman who call herself Adandosho. There is what has come into my mind. What are those things? They said here that this recognition goes for a country, a leverage of a simple declaration of independence. Those that made the official declaration, United States of Biafra, stand on the mandate of our official declaration. And they said here that under this CPC, that Nigeria has been put in as a country of a concern, that instead of argue that the CPC is only for the religional and the religional freedom, we can argue about human rights abuse on our diplomatic assets. We can argue. We can argue that it's not only the Christians that are dying. It's not only about religion. It's about the abuse of every human rights abuses. It's about intimidation. It's about the killing. It's about why the Nigeria, with the so-called Southeast governors, militarize our country. All these things can be argued. And when the evidence they are getting to prove that it is true, what will happen? They might give us what we want. They might give us what we are looking for. I hope you are listening. Please like the program. Manage our English, because we need to do it in a way that those that are Biafran people need to understand it and why we're doing what we are doing. So, now let us hear the breakdown of how the CPC status can help us to get official international recognition. So far, we made official declaration of a new country, that we are not lacking it behind. And without this official declaration, nobody give it to you. Without this official declaration, nobody is giving it to you.
Breakdown of how the CPC status can be strategically used by Biafra to seek international recognition after a declaration of independence. 1.
Listen this. Here is breakdown of how the CPC status can be strategically used by Biafra to seek international recognition afterwards, after a declaration of independence. After a declaration of independence. Now, number one, you ask yourself, what is a declaration of independence? That we have stood up and said, you made a declaration of United States of Biafra as a new country that have exited Nigeria on November 29, 2024. I hope you are paying attention closely. How you can use, how everything is an avenue of an opportunity for us to get what we are looking for. Because we don't know exactly the one that will work for us. So that is why when we use our multiple dimension in all, inclusive of everything that we can lay our hand for us to get our international recognition, then we go on and do it. So it is important that you understand what we are doing. Remember the breakdown. There is something I want to get from this breakdown. They said, for Biafra to be seeking recognition after declaration of independence, after declaration of independence of a new country, not a new group, not a new IPOB, a country. That's why I told you, if you are not standing on the side of our declaration by United States of Biafra, led by Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, you are making a mistake. You are doing yourself more harm than good. Because the world, it can't deceive them. You cannot deceive the world. If you think, oh, we are doing it, no, foul. Everything is intact. They must go through that process. They must go through that protocol. And all the existing protocol, they must pass through that way. So, you as a Biafran who believe in the declaration of United States of Biafra on November 29, 2024, you are on the right track. You are on the right, I said what? We are on the right track, and the government is on the right track, doing the needful. That is why everything is going on smoothly. Remember, this particular concern to show we be towards a country that has made a declaration of independence, a country that have made their own official, like we, the Biafran people, who made it official on November 20, 2024, that Biafra is a sovereign state. We are no longer believing in one Nigeria, which means death sentence to every indigenous person. Hope you are following. So, we may understand it clearly. So, the only way is we or you that believe in the declaration first support the government under our Deputy President Ngozi Arabeze. You are on the right track. Nothing happens. We are there already. We know that Naika look quite good. So we must continue, my people. We must do what? Continue.
Legal argument, remedial secession.
Legal argument, remedial succession, the legal argument, and what? Remedial succession. All these things you are seeing, all this sanction, all this putting Nigeria of a country of concern, they are all going to work in our favor. If we mount the pressure and put our ass together to get what we want, it is a high time to use. They said, we can use it to argue. The most powerful way the CPC, this delegation, can help Biafra is by providing extremely validation for the principle of what we are looking for. I hope you understand it. They claim. Who claims? We are not the one claiming. Rather, it is what it is. Because of what we are looking for. I see Yawarosia. Good morning from here. You're welcome. I see Abiola. You're welcome. I see David. You're also welcome if I never greeted you. So please like and share as you come in. Make it go viral. So other people know that we are live and we are direct. Now that we are into, and we are getting it the way it is. Remember that the sanction is what we are discussing about. How it can help us right now. Now that we have made our official declaration and they have all these documents, we must add some, now, it's what we are doing, so other people will be happy seeing us. Thank you as you do so.
The most powerful way the CPC designation can help Biafra is by providing external validation for the principle of remedial secession. The claim, remedial secession, argues that a distinct group has the right to break away as a last resort when the parent state commits systematic, egregious, and ongoing human rights abuses against them, and all internal remedies have been exhausted. The CPC evidence, the U...
Let's hold it here small. Let's hold it here small. The right to break away as last resort. Now that the killing is much, now that a lot of things are going wrong, moreover the killing that is going on, the impunity that is going on, now that is going on, what they said here, the government are going to focus to submit our documents. Said what? The government must submit every necessary documents like we have done. We believe the government that the only thing that is very rare on this government is that Nafabe Ekueme. That's the government we have. So my people, let us continue. The present state comes sympathy and glorious, and the ongoing human rights abuse against them, and the all international remedia has been executed. When you look at what is going on here, how we can use only this sanction that they give to Nigeria to help us. To help us for what? For the international recognition. What can we do? Is to lay our voice, to let the world to know that Biafra has been declared officially, that we have a government that will not just declare. See, on the number one, they said that this can only help on a new country that was made official declaration of their independence. A country, not a group. When I don't know why when all these their plans and all these things that they put for as an existing protocol or criteria, when they are happening, they will mention countries, not group. Look at it here. Let me this place for you. Here is key breakdown of how the CPC status can be strategically used by the Biafra to seek international recognition after a declaration of independence of what? Of a country. Hey, Jesus. So when you see this Accra Timbom, Bakrawa, Ogenkere, doing that nationaligan, they knew what they know that they have nothing to say again. We are not doing comparison here because I did a journal to area one now. Ogenkere bon, but our deep enemy Bonton. Oh, you know, that's what it is. What an one body of fear. For those who have flown Ogenkere, how much I got it. But you who stand up on the side of the declaration and believe on it, and stand on the government, you are helping the government. By when you come on social media, you try to put words that let the world know that the new country has been declared. So they can be able to know what we are doing. The criminals also, the world know that when a country being declared, there will be hijackers and criminals everywhere. There will be rebels. There will be insurgents. There will be those kind of things that they are seeing. So they all know that after the creation of a country. Now that Nigeria, they put them in a particular country of concern, how can that help us? They told us that we need to use it very well. To also argue, to sue Nigeria, or you can argue on the UN, you can argue on EU, you can argue on every organization that's representing a government or a group that are into a government or a countries. We can go into this for argue. This is why we are running away. This is why we make a declaration. This is what happened before people declared Biafra as a country. It's over. That has happened. All these are something we can use to argue. Do you know how we argue? We can argue in social media. That is why don't be afraid of going to a platform who is not a Biafran platform when you know what you can do there. So, those people that we are seeing, okay, Chris, and all of them, when you listen to this place now, why do I bring their name? They said that it's only a declaration country with a document they can argue or can use CPC to get international recognition. I don't know who is teaching them because of money is involved. That is only why, and you know that they are agents of Nigeria. So they will do something that must favor their master, those that pay them money. If Ogenkere is not sounding that way, how do you want him to sound? And do you think that Ogenkere can just go inside and relax? I see you, Jelen White. Tina, good morning from here for a very long time. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you. Ekwe, good morning from here. I salute to you, brother. You're welcome. Thank you so much. So, if you are not supporting the government, you are doing yourself more harm than good. Now that Nigeria is becoming, now that the sponsor of Ogenkere has put in a country of concern, and also, very soon, the ban will be on their head one after the other. When you come to argue in such a thing, what are you going to do? Legal argument, remedial secession, they call us secession, remedial secession. How you can help? The most powerful way the CPC designation can help Biafra is by providing external validation for the principle of remedial secession. They claim remedial secession argue that decent group has the right to break away as last resort when the present state commit systematic genocide or not protecting their citizens. And ongoing human rights abuse against them, against us. Ongoing human rights against our President Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Because before Donald Trump and come and put Nigeria as a country of concern, the law has been there since 1998. What they just announced 2 days ago or a day ago has been there since 1998, waiting for who will fall to that, and they will bring it out. As I told you, every opportunity we see this time around that we have a government, we have a new country, we have a document proving our declaration is an opportunity that we can include in the way of our multiple dimension. So it can lead to the same goal. What is the goal? Recognition. We have achieved the goal of declaration. The only goal we are fighting for now is what? Under diplomatic and peaceful, not into armed struggle anymore, is to achieve and get our what? International recognition. That is why when you play some videos, you bring a backup. Well, after reading this, I bring a backup to show them. Look at the killing. Look at Biafra land. Look at how it was militarized. Look at how they are killing people everywhere, here and there. And who are those who are doing that? The so-called Nigeria. That means death sentence to every indigenous person. So at every given time, only the human rights abuse is enough to need to argue. Eh? So then when we argue, we will argue that this is not longer internal affair of Nigeria. If it's internal, why do you sanction them? Why do you put them on a country of concern? You see, there is a way. Everything is God. Is making everything to work in our own favor. Are you not seeing that? Could you, with this, only this, don't you think that Chukwuka is working in our favor? For me, that's how I see it. That's why when I got across, I never think of that this CPC. What does it mean and how does it work? Until I had it, then I started to try to use how this thing will favor me. If there is any gain for the Biafran people there, so we can talk about it. But when I see that the benefit or what we can inherit from there is 50%, we have to talk about it. We have to narrate and exercise, do our exposition on it. Because doing this is to also expose it that we know, and you know that our document is in your table. What is holding? So the CPC is a willing tool, another willing tool again, to lead us into argument. Where are we going to argue? One, in social media. Two, on the office of the UN. They said that with this, the government of Biafra, that is why they said it must be a country that has made a declaration of their independence. Did they fall back and make declaration of independence? IPA1 Nigeria, did they make a declaration of independence? Because the country, those that they put in this particular concern is a country. So for you to come and argue about them, you must be an account like them also. Are you following? You must be a country like them before you can talk about it. But that's why we told you that a country talk about country. Are you not hearing? They said what? A declaration of independence. Those that made a declaration of independence of their country with their full document of the declaration. Even you see this our self referendum vote, they are all inclusive. Could you believe that? So it's working in our favor. This declaration is a vital step for you to become a sovereign state. That is number one step. And the others follows. And look at it here. Now that they have placed Nigeria on a country of consign, what happens? For us to argue on our own, we must make that criteria where Nigeria is as a country. We must become a country before we can argue on that. We will not just come out, we are IPOB, they are killing us, give us recognition. Giving you recognition on what? As who? Remember, like I said, our line is still open. Anybody who want to call is free to call at any time you want, if you have the time to call. If you have the time to call, you can call. Let us continue. Let us continue.
The U.S. government's formal designation of Nigeria as a CPC means the U.S. State Department has officially found, quote, systematic, ongoing and egregious violations of religious freedom. The link. Biafran advocates can connect the persecution highlighted by the CPC to the ethnic and religious identity of the people in the proposed Biafran territory, arguing that the Nigerian state is not only failing to protect them, but is effectively creating the conditions for their annihilation or marginalization. This makes the Declaration of Independence appear not as an act of rebellion, but as an act of necessary self-preservation. 2. The diplomatic strategy
No, let us hold it here
gaining
small.
high-level patrons.
Let us hold it here small. The CPC evidence. Yes, Jelewan. Yes. Mazna de Kano. When and Simon Eba. Oh God. When they had this, the joy is supposed to feed their mind, their hearts. Because all the things that they have pushing in has been fulfilled. And imagine when you have what you are pushing has been fulfilled in highest authority. Imagine what it means. Imagine how it's gonna be. So you can see to that. U.S. government formally designation of Nigeria as CPC means the U.S. State Department have officially found a systematically ongoing and inglorious violation of religion's freedom. You know, today, what is your M&M is the killing, the torture, the abuse of the words of what? Of the Christians. That is religions. That the people that are worshiping under religion, under Christianity, are not free. Now, the government will now come into another way with their own. The link, Biafra, the link, how Biafra will link to what is going on now. Listen to it. How Biafra link? Biafra advocates can contact the prosecutor highlighted by the CPC to the ethnic and religion identity of the people in the purpose of Biafra territory. Argue that the Nigeria state is not only failing to protect them, but is evidently creating the condition for the annihilation of organization. This makes this declaration of independence of Biafra a part as an act of rebel, but as an act of necessary self-preservation. There is one English our sister Tina used to speak. Necessity, is it right? I think there's one English she normally speaks. That English always. Now the Biafran government will do what? They will make it out of necessity. that why we made a declaration is because of all these things that you see that makes you to put Nigeria as a country of concern. Just how everything goes. Now, this particular art, we to focus on it and bringing videos, because you don't know who we come across. Yes, a child of necessity. Thank you so much, Yellow Wine. Thank you so much. Ogonna, I can see you. Good morning from here. Tina, I've greeted you as a wine. Thank you so much for being here. A child of necessity. So now the Biafra becoming the child of necessity, that is also Biafra becoming the solution. Because after putting Nigeria in a country of a consign, is he going to last for how many years? When Donald Trump was in his first tenure, put Nigeria where Nigeria belong, the criminal, the evil Joe Biden come and remove them from, is it not true? So if Joe Biden remove them and Donald Trump comes in and put them there, what if he went out again? The other one who will come will be the one to remove it again. So there is no solution. The solution is looking on the side of the Biafran people. Who will help them? Who will help America to stop being afraid and nothing will happen to them? So the Biafra is the only chance to stop the problem. That is the solution of giving us our international recognition on this criteria. But there is a way. They will not just throw it to us. Some work must be done. Part of the work is what you and I do in social media. It's part of the work they have to do. Then the government also will do their own part, because when we are doing our own, the government is doing their own, then all of us will jam together. You remember that our PM will always use that word, multiple dimension. Remember that. Now that the link is that Nigeria, now the Biafran government, we argue that Nigeria lack to protect us. There is killings. There is inhuman rights abuse on us. Like what they have meted on our President Mazen Nandekano. And what they have did to our Prime Minister Simon Eba. And the way that they are arresting and kidnapping people. When your government cannot protect you in the hands of kidnapping, or the government turn to become the kidnapping on their own, it is what? It is inhuman rights treatment. It is abuse of the rights. It is abuse of the law. So do you see how now this sanction, this only act of putting Nigeria as a country of concern, and look at Nigeria everywhere now in Nigeria, because what's happened? Hey my God. Wow. Sorry. So if you look at Nigeria everywhere now, because what Donald Trump did, many things are coming from, starting from Monday. There will be many sanctions, starting from Tunumbu to those names that Maznan Kanu mentioned. Our prophet is always in the spirit. Go now, when this sanction starts happen, check out of that 23 name that our President Mazdan Kanu mentioned. You will see sanction, you will see embargo, you will see what will happen. Just watch out. Let us see. Because Tunubu is involved. Yes, Owike is involved. I'm talking of those that in the government right now in Nigeria. They will place embargo on them. They will place all these things on them. Watch out. Then if they can do it to them, then the government of Biafra with our lobby can use it to argue inside UN in Washington DC that we have found solution to this. So we will not be, when Donald Trump sanction and left, another one will come. The solution is there is people that are agitating for country. Do you know in that means also, despite that Oduduwa people has never declared their own officially, they can chip something in from there. Because you don't know when I will work that will lead to what we are looking for. We don't know the one that is gonna work. But you can see how 1 connect to 2, how 2 connect to 3, how 3 connect to 4. And when you divide it to 2, now 4 plus 4 divided by 2 is divided into 2 is what? You see how everything works together. So we must hit Nigeria with this sanction very well. We must. That is then this a country of concern. They put Nigeria on it now and waiting for all the necessary things to do. Then this country of concern that we're talking about to Nigeria, we prove that we are not rebel, that we are not secession, that we are those who want to live, have our own freedom, without intimidation, without human rights abuses. So, usually one, they always claim they are repented. This one is not about repented. It's not about it. It is about we raising our voice. You know, sometimes when I see some things on my own, I refuse to say it sometimes because of I don't want it to be that I am running speed or bringing things out. No. But some of them, my spirit will not be ready to like do it. Vincent, you're welcome. Brother, you're welcome also. Thanks so much for coming in. So, we will continue into what we are doing. The time we are into right now is the main time to trigger more things into what we are doing. It's not a time to be silent. It's not a time for silence. It's a time call for action. It's a time that in all platforms you fire about the so-called one Nigeria. Yes, let's see who is calling us before we come back. Yellow one, good morning from here.
Mazi, good morning.
Yeah. Yeah,
happy Sunday.
I wish you the best.
Dear friends, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my people. Mazi, what I wrote there anyway, I think what I him there. That's why I'm calling. Okay. See, this sanction is an overdue something, honestly. It has this thing. Or it's long time ago they should have done this. When Mazi Simon Eber was doing exposition here, if actually they followed up, honestly, it's an overdue sanction. So what I wrote there, have you ever heard in the news that Nigerian military went into operation and killed Boko Haram terrorists? It's always, what we always hear is repentant Boko Haram, always that they have repented and now they rehabilitate them, bring them in, mix them in the system again, even put them in the military. The same This is crazy. It's crazy to even think about it. It's crazy. So, I am the rebel because I was just thinking about this thing. Sanctioning and anything higher no.
Exactly.
Which country does that? Which country does that? You might be been on the news, but we here gonna on the news. There people that are agitating for their independence or agitating for worries or concern. And not only to dialogue with them or be in a round table and talk about it. No, what they will do, mana a ga na-ewepụtara gị news ebe ejidere Boko Haram eme gịnị shiere ha rice nye ha mmanya Chineke nna
Nwakalopin ha eburu ya gbabata ebe ịbụọ na-agbara egwu
burukwa egbe ha ọnwụ na asọrị ndara egbe ha nara ha egbe ha jikwa egbe ha dị agba
ha jiri abịa were ekwe ya lakwa
Nigeria wee joke.
Well, I want to see Buno when Nigeria is a country that are quite different out of every country in the world. The only country they are becoming a country is under amalgamation. Number one. Number two, only country people somebody bịara ọ bụrụ na ndị nwe obodo si mba na-ekwe ndị anyị ga-abụ na somebody bịara sị gị nge ọnya na ihe aka anyị ga-abụ. Then what be allowed for the career or grows here with being a set of people go up and how to fire them. That is why it's happening. That is why.
That makes me to talk about this one. Let me ask you now. Okay, now what will America, even America and Britain, hand in hand.
They are working together.
Okay, America and Britain, knowing fully well, because they will not tell me they don't know the impact of Britain they play na zoo government.
No, let me answer you with it. Let me answer you with it. Let me answer you with a question. Ajuro president of Russia, Putin. Ajuro Putin here. You know what America stand on the Afghanistan. Why recognizing them? Because this year January, Russia recognized Afghanistan as a country. Now, you made the man Osra. Russia, it does not mean that your enemy will become my enemy. Despite that we are into UN together, we have a right to choose who is our friend. So
yes, I know. Even Mandela did this.
Yes.
Answer that same question.
So on this mission now, UK or Britain has rights on what they believe, and America as a country, that is where they told you don't interfere on the territorial integrity. So territorial integrity of America now push them to sanction Nigeria, but territorial integrity of UK or Britain are just what they are getting. Look at any American sanction. Do you see the latest trending news? Now how they discover na only one thing Afro Nimo State again no carry oil. You know go nka.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. So okay, well, maze. So you ebe ha no.
I'm hope also them connect an oil from Imo State to Kafia.
Benin Republic.
I'm on that one.
So if you watch what is playing out, if una ndị a na-akpọ Britain, they have been able to wipe us away. Britain on their own, they come to wipe us away because everything they come for their business, and the only way they can achieve that business by terrorism. That is only the way. So for now that America has played this sanction or put Nigeria as a country of concern, then
I got our placement. Placement. Do that. Now, yes. What I bring is here for discussion.
Yeah.
So on the process now, you know what they do to each other. And Britain might even interfere. I know. All these people,
No, you more people are possible. Interfere here because now, Britain ban before, okay, Donald Trump on the first on the place about Kwakwane. We have it then. In here, Britain, I was in Bia now. Next election, another 4 years. Even for Donald Trump, Nigeria. That is that is the politics they are playing. I hope you got the uncle now. This is the politics. Donald Trump is the one placed Nigeria every place had before. Donald Trump the Britain sponsored Joe Biden. Joe
Biden, yes.
Nigeria because all Britain about the grandfather of Nigeria. So whatever they are doing.
But my brother, I need this thing, this thing you put now, let me open Biafran's eyes in all this nonsense and now every day election. It will put like Peter Obi. It will put there to come and confuse people. It's only for a while. Let's say that Peter Obi and Jesus. Okay, how long will it take? It will go back to mess. Highest four service years. The second tenure might not be guaranteed. If we go in now, so if we go in, like what you said here now, Donald Trump, now first tenure, yeah. I sanction these people. Man, I'm more Joe Biden win here. Remove here. Is that what our Biafran people name? I make a Biafra. Or general election. You will put off phone. That's what to. Hey, let's make our P2B president so that all will take Biafra. It's never done. You better focus on that thing you want. Be consistent looking for it. Because let me tell you, Master Simon Ekpa explained this thing so much. He went too far explaining this thing to people that time. But some of us, they so damn, their brain, I don't know how they follow it. Then you don't ever think that Peter Bia, let's so win good year. Use Anambra as a case study here. You know what's wrong with Anambra? Are you still seeing it? Are you still feeling it?
It don't finish now.
Can you still testify that Anambra is the same thing and Peter Bimere like people that are saying when somebody else wins another election and come into power, everything now will bring down to zero. So that is why we have to focus and be consistent in looking for Biafra. This general election now 2027, you will see some people who Biafra do nonsense. These are the things I not serious. So here, Donald Trump put this sanction before.
Yeah.
Even on
a Tucano jet, he put the agreement. Immediately Joe Biden enter in. Nigeria used Tucano jet to bomb Biafra land. So that's why in my program I said putting Nigeria of course concern is good, but that is not the solution. That the solution is give us recognition. Then we will now go and protect our border. Then we will stop them from entering and be clean the indigenous people or clean the Christian.
Yes.
Removing when you come, you play a good man, you sanction them for 4 years. After that 4 years, the whole Islamic agenda will come to fight against you and they will remove you with their power being.
Exactly.
When they remove you, they will come back and the thing will continue. Go on.
Exactly. So I don't know where you said, let us grab this opportunity now. It's a golden one.
Yeah.
Let us grab it and then think of what to do to move this thing so that recognition will happen together with this sanction.
Yeah, no. When we go down further, na solution in high game. Nke a bụ na ịmana ndị ọcha dị aghụghọ dị egwu. Ọkwa ịmana na ihe a na-agụ na kemgbe 1998 ka edere dokwa bịa. Na ọ bụ ọta ka edere ya. Ọ dịkwa ebe since all these years o. Ihe a na-eme ha agba nkịtị. Nobody's talking about it until we ruo 2025. And the only time here exists for the first time in the world through Donald Trump first one, this second one with Donald Trump again. Then the question now Donald Trump is Donald Trump. If it happened to only you, so if you not come to the seat, then they will wipe all the Christians away. Then what is the solution to stop the eclipse of the Christian? What is the solution? The solution is to divide according to the tribal line of the Christianity.
Yes.
Then the thing will stop once and for all. Then you will raise.
Yes.
So when you are not there, then your good work will continue going on. Protect the people. And they also now, they said our government has to use lobby to argue on the UN about this. Now, you get changes here. Ka ọ bụrụzie na no ya bụ marginalization ahụ eji wee na-ekwu okwu Biafra, no ya bụ inhuman treatment ya na-ekwu okwu ya, na ọ bụ na only this can trigger America to put Nigeria or to sanction them or to place them on a country of concern. What of we that we've been dying since 1967 to 2025? It's not enough to give international recognition. So our governments, they have right to use lobby to argue on this, both on EU, every part in every country.
It's a powerful message.
Yes.
It's a powerful message. Let our government please try and look into this. It's a powerful message.
And the thing, the sound in a very good, that's a country that has made an official declaration with a document.
Declaration, yes.
With a document.
Can do it, yes.
So that is when I come to Ogenkere. Ogenkere and the Sanapa Krawa. For those who are following them. I want to obey a group of people. No, and a declaration of independence country can argue with that. Because why must he be their country? Because those that you are coming to argue with, they are all country. Despite where you meet, despite on the chamber that you are seeing them. And in the interest of a country is why they are there. That is why the government has to. You know, all these things is what is called international political pressure. That is it. When you keep on mounting it, you keep on getting what you want. We keep on pushing harder, you get what you want. And our own is very pure and genuine. Things we used to argue, we have it. Do you know that the only document of our grievances before our declaration, you know, we have a document of our grievances why we stood up to re-declare Biafra. You remember that? Now, that grievances is involved. Because if you open the grievances, all the whole thing that make America.
Of course, I don't want to know this argument. I have that booklet, that
exactly. Exactly. So United States of Biafra have whatever it takes to go for argument on this.
It's like you asked me, that thing, it's actually a child of necessity.
Exactly, that is it. Oh, back no, see, right now. No,
honestly, they have to put it first. Now, these people have realized, have seen what we have been talking about years ago. Now they have seen it and they have placed them as country of particular concern.
Yes.
Yeah. This is the time to move that motion so that a recognition. That is the solution.
That is solution to what we are looking for now. The door just open. Chukwu Okabiam just open the door.
Yes. You
just open the door
and
ready for us.
It will happen. It will happen. If they play their card very well, it will happen.
Exactly.
So, my brother. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my sister, for calling. It's been long. We miss your voice, but I'm happy that you are here today. Yes. I told somebody this is only what I can do. The only one you hear my name, those people on my page, when something I am doing, like in Canada, put off for only a country we argue. Okay, when it's not proud, look at you, may argue. What are going to use to argue?
Nah, I forgot. It's what their latest press release.
Oh, Imana. If I did Monyara. If I did Monyara. If all money Friday Monyara, no Munyaki friend name. That is what is there. Ima, they have played their last card. They have played their last card.
People never had target man this time on ever.
Honestly.
Anyways, onye can enwere my brother na-akpọ Ayotuku ịma ya.
I'm a prayer one pentalime.
Every battery, yes.
Every battery.
Continue, my brother.
Thank you so
Continue,
much.
Dad.
We must continue. Thank you so much. Yeah. So, my people, we must continue. The only thing we have here, we open our phone call in case if you have something to say, like our sister did. That is Jelen Whitina. Whatever she calls, she must give us something tangible. So, since all this while we are handling only number 1, now we are going to go to section 2. How all these things works, and now Nigeria has been placed there. Let us see what we will do. Let us see if there is more solution that we will use this a particular country of concern to achieve, how it opens more door for us. This is a door. You see, this CPC is a door that Chukwu Okabiama use his hand to open to Donald Trump. Honestly.
International recognition is a political process where key countries, patron states, must lead the way. The CPC status makes this process easier. Lobbying Western governments.
Do you hear that? International recognition is a political process where key countries, me and my sister, we just talk about this right now. We're just finishing saying this right now, without even getting to this part, this number 2. Is to argue, and this international recognition is a political movement process. And they told you that those that we are going to meet there, they are representing countries, not a group of people. They are not there for the group of IPOB, One Nigeria, the government in Autogin. See Wayo, C419. Okay, in the CRC, okay, they are also on a country, a group of consign. That is why we have to look for them. That is why we are looking for them. It's not for any individual group. They told you is for a country that made a declaration that lack recognition. They are the one to come in with the status of what? CPC. Not IPOB, not fallback, not autopilot, not Omadahai. No group at all can argue on this except you made official declaration and you have your document on your hand before you can go in there. They told you here that those that are there, they are there because of they are from countries. They are not from group. And Ngozi represents the World Congress. I told you, international recognition is a political process whereby key countries, states must lead the way. State must lead what? The way. State. Not going to lead the way. Now look at everything here and now social media. Now state will lead for it. Now, a declaration is a first step for you to become a sovereign state. And here what happened? Here, what you just had right now? They told you what? That a state must to lead the way. A state, not a group. The CPC status make this process easy for a new country that made a declaration that our lobbyists can go in for on behalf of the name United States of Biafra, not the name fallback or BRIGE. Ebe kwa n'ebe ọ nwụrụ anwụ kwande nwụrụ anwụ na ije n'ebe a na-ekwu yeri. Are you following? It's not by gragra. It's not by the word when you put suit and you put camera and they know that you are lying. They know. And they also told you that when a new country is being declared, na when the ndị ekwe na ga-enwe sabotage. Na ga-enwe oge nkere, a ga-enwe atadi adanda osho, adakwole. A ga-enwe First Unite, onye enweghị iru na-ekwu okwu. What's the Sana crowd? Ilan and keep as well. Everyone Sana crowd tabakona away again. Because a guard has a flow goes by before. A guard has a goes here. Sana crowd, I will leave you in front of Shabak who also. Not the blow to a 1/4 be written boy and can't say up walla. Because need that hope on all the state in a repo in a new pinate. Ya butinya also. Open up do work na iPhone. They are going to picture in post social media. You could imagine that. Not them at all. Hey, we are imagine that this is at least that man. Or dear, that one idea when he get. I don't know why. If one see on ako, up one son on na put them out of need. Look at one ako against my Simon Ebanjok, our Prime Minister. Imagine. Could you believe that? But you have seen it here now. It's happening. So, we must continue. International recognition is a political process where a key countries, state must lead the way. A state must lead the way. The CPC status make this process easy for us now that Nigeria is under this. That is make it is easy for us to get an international recognition with our document and our grievances document. We overmet the criteria of a new country. Just matter of awareness. We are there. Now listen to this.
Governments. The CPC designation is driven by specific US law, IRFA. This gives BIRFA advocate.
No, hold on. That's not I jump before I go. The process easy. Lobbying Washington government. The CPC designation is derived by specific UN law, IRF. This gives Biafra. This gives Biafra advocates a direct mandate. A what? A direct mandate. Entering point into a foreign policy discussion in the US Congress, the UK Parliament, and the European Union. This particular place, the place Nigeria right now, where could you imagine?
It's a direct mandated entry point into foreign policy discussions in the US Congress, the UK Parliament, and the European Union. They can lobby these bodies with the argument, you have formally condemned the conditions that necessitate our independence, therefore, you have a moral obligation to recognize our self-defense measure, secession. Targeted sanctions. This.
Oh, are you not happy hearing this? If you're not, I am. Why am I happy? Because we are a state. We are that new country that have what it takes to go in to lobby. That is why you must give this government your fund. Because nego Giolo. You know, when I heard about CPC, this I just start researching. Is it how this thing can help government? Is it how this thing can get to what we are doing? Is it until I get what I want, until I find it with a date when this law was constituted, IRFA, when it was constituted, 1998. Not even amended. This is 1998 that it was constituted. What we're doing right now, and when they put it in writing, and when they start using it. Because once it is written, it must be used. So let us see if our government go to argue with this. They will tell that this is make it easy. Lobbying Washington government, the CPC, this give Biafra advocate a direct mandate, entering point into foreign policy discussion in the US congressmen, the UK Parliament, who are going to pay congressmen to go and do this. A country, not a group, not fall back. not IPOB, not Adando, not any other. United States of Biafra government. Did you know that it's like this thing is just be waiting for us to make a declaration? And getting close to 1 year, we are seeking for this recognition by all possible means. And they are giving us things that will trigger. What did they say? They said the lobby can they can lobby these bodies with the argument. Actually, when I lobby, they will take one year file. No, anyway, we have come to lobby something. Even though that the UK is not the one who sanctioned or who placed Nigeria as a country of concern, because because of the oil and the resources in our land, they can never do that because they want us to wipe away. They want to. UK is wiping Biafran people away by supporting Nigeria. Their leaders is our problem. The UK, they are the problem of Biafran people. Have you heard Britain condemning the attacks going on in Nigeria? The little one they come out to about Masnarikano because they see America is moving and they start. That is politics. If not for politics, so are you telling me that if Mazen Nandekano was being kidnapped by American passport, that he's still going to be in dungeon by now? That is how some countries are better than the other one. There is pure evidence of how some countries are better. Are you telling me that if Mazen Kano was being captured by British passport as a citizen, is up to today he's going to be in no matter what happened, or the case has never ended? Please, I want us to know. I want us to think the other way around. Shibos there, you're welcome. Thank you so much. And I see who again? Who is that? Bishop. You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming in. Yes, that's what we see. Remember, hashtag Nigeria/Britain government free our president Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, prisoner of conscience in Nigeria DSS dungeon, and the Finland free our prime minister of United States of Biafra government Simon Ebanjoko. Thank you so much, Ibu Zede, for that wonderful code that we use to do our protests on this platform every day. We must hashtag them because they are evil entities. They can lobby these bodies with the argument. You have condemned the condition that necessity our independence. This is why we declare. That is why you have put Nigeria on a country of concern. Go with that. Therefore, you have a moral obligation to recognize our self-defense measure, whatever. Now that we have made it officially declaration, so you have to support us. Look at the way they put it here. And you know, they are putting this law or all this because they don't know whether is it going to happen to them or not. But today is happening or not. That is where I always question them. If with this sanction, if with this place, if with this country of concern, they did not brought, well, we are the one to take our matter to them. We are the one to use our lobby to present our matter because they are not going to come and call us in the house to give it to us. So it's a high time that we trigger and we support the government more and more for them to and the one thing that we also come into our mind is that why is it now for the first time ever we have made official declaration that they're placing Nigeria as a country of concern. And the things that we follow more. Because as the week are drawing, things are coming up. As the week are approaching, things are coming up. Until everything is being concluded. So if these killings only can trigger this, what of we that they could not allow us to exercise our rights? When you look at everything that is happening here, everything that is in this law of IRFA, they are telling us everything that we need to do. This gives Biafran people. You may ask, how did the Biafra comes in here? I first ask the question, if people that are fighting for a new country because of what makes America to put Nigeria on a country of concern, how can he help them? I did not put Biafra then. Then when I grab this thing and now put our name, let me know if they will change it. That is why they can mention Biafra there. Because I use what I am passing through to ask questions so I can find a solution to my problem. I hope you understand. Please, if it's your first time coming, like our sister was asking, please like and share the program. It's very important. If you know that what we are doing here is there is a little bit sex on it, please keep on liking the program. You know that when 50 people like the program, another 50 will see the program, or more than that. That is why it's important. If it's your first time coming, you will see a 3 dots in front of you. Click on that 3 dots. Then you open it, you will see like and share. Please endeavor to do that. Even if it's no share, like the program. Even because of your page, you don't want to share, like the program. So let us see. Now we also have lobbies. We have authentic lobbies in Washington DC. They can go to UK. They can contact people of UK, and that is why it's rotating to every around what we are doing. So when we continuously using these lobbies, and they are, what are they saying? Oh, what makes America to put Nigeria as a country of concern? That is what these people are saying is over all these years that lead to their declaration. Or they say that this make it easy for us to get internet recognition. Remember that it's only this internet recognition is what stopped Chukwuemeka. Remember, and that is why we must get it. And also remember that in Britain, UK single-handedly stop us. UK play a diplomatic role to other countries to tell them, do not give them recognition. No, if you give them, they will create more countries in Africa. They will make Africa to be fighting for boundaries every time. They will bring more countries coming into Africa. Then the Europe, some greedy one among them agreed. They all agree. Then they come to Africa. They use African Union Organization to press us down again. They say, Africa do not. They question the 4 who give us the recognition. And also, because of, before they give us the recognition, many of them are no longer under the colonial of Britain. People like Namibia, people like Gambia, people like Ivory Coast. They already have their freedom outrightly. Have you asked yourself, why did Ghana? Why Senegal? Why all these countries around? They did not recognize us then because of what Britain told their people. And they believe in that. They told, if you recognize them, they are too Republican, they are too Democrats, they too know too much. If you give recognition, they are going to create more countries. You, in your country, will be fighting with your brother. That is what they told our people. That is what they told African people. And the same thing they mentioned to the Europeans. That is why they refuse to give recognition. That is why they refuse to give us our recognition. And this is only what stopped Biafra being a country from 1967 to this date. And the game is out now, another way. Remember that time, no country put Nigeria the way the Nigeria is now. So you see why we have upper hand in this 21st century to seek for our own international recognition. Do you see that? So now, I remember, what is the name of this man who came to Finland? Who told us that, name of this man who came to Finland and told us that America will not be the first. But if America will have mind to sanction, to place Nigeria as a country of concern because of the inhuman treatment, because of the abuse, because of no freedom of worship, then let us see how America will deny us our own international recognition once we use lobby from the Washington DC to do that as a country, because it's only a country talks to other countries, not any group, not any individual. I hope you're getting, because they will ask you, what is the name of your country? Why are you here? We are planning to make it, because you know the people of fallback believe that when Obato Obie, when the Obato Obie is with them, they are confusing themselves. That's why Obato Obie will make another declaration. So now, if you are using congressmen talk about Biafra, when are you going to make a declaration now? So now, when are you going to make your own declaration? Before you can, because without declaration, you then not go there. Without document of declaration, you can't go in. And then man, organ create good to forge document, but not on this one. Back I not take madam one easy. You're not grabbing. Please, let us make the like up to 50, please. My people. Let us make the like up to 50 like. Yes, so Bishop. We have only one Biafra government. Labour, our DP, we all know. And the one who onye nke ji akwụkwọ declaration. Onye nke ji akwụkwọ eji weda wa iwe na-ewu anyị ojibo na chọrọ Biafra. Also osi ya ji ya now. Ke kwani nke oge encourage nwa bingo. Ọ na-agba social media. Agba ya nwa bingo egle ya sekpọ ya ọgbara ojeri ego na ego rie nwa ewu eji n'ọrụ mgbada a na-atọ gị mgbada n'isi. You know, to Biafra, but for those who want to give you one, because my people in everything, or they call the council, or man find you a share you are gonna freedom and we hard shortcut. Everything in endures on a man, and our own is overdue. That is why our own is over more than every other country in the world. You have formally condemned the condition that necessity our independence. That condition Nigeria made declaration. It condemn Walania now. Now what's holding you for now? They said is that therefore you have a moral obligation to recognize our self-defense. Whether me or the secession, give us recognition as a country. That is all we are looking for. Look at it here. Trending secession, the CPC designation opened the door for the US to impose sanctions on what? On Nigeria. The death sentence. Nigeria, death sentence to the indigenous people. Now let us continue.
CPC designation opens the door for the US to impose targeted sanctions, travel bans, asset freezes on Nigerian officials responsible for human rights abuses. This pressure can cripple Nigeria's diplomatic capacity to fight Biafra's recognition, making it a less costly political move for other countries to support the secession.
Do you hear that? Trending sanctions. What we are expecting more. Now it's going to, because once it's in a country, on a popular country of concern, what will happen? There is sanction that follows it. They will traveling ban. They need to place what? Traveling ban on Nigeria. Yes, CPC, country of particular concern. So once they place a country of under this, then that country will go into what? Ban. And what are they going to do then? They will ban traveling. Asset freeze. They might freeze Nigeria, this the way they used to go and buy gun and ammunition from America to come and buy Biafran people and give the Boko Haram people to kill the indigenous people in Benue and all the north. On Nigeria official responsible of human rights abuse, this pressure can cripple Nigeria diplomatic to fight Biafra recognition. This can stop them to fighting us. Now that when we're talking about recognition to other countries, the country that has an agreement with Nigeria will say, look at what they bring. Nigeria will tell them, no, please don't do that. You want to destroy our territorial integrity. Now that Nigeria has used their hand to destroy the territorial integrity, now let us see how the world will deny us. Let us see how the world is going to deny us. Again, now that Nigeria has used their hand, put rope on their neck. Let us go, my people. I will do that. I didn't see your comments. When I see it, I will answer you. So, now that a place to go to Nigeria on a particular country, particular consign, is already there now. Or on the Igbo area, on the Biafra area. That is why when we say that, people do not understand the meaning of declaration of a country. You see that in their thought is a child's play in Finland. They don't know the value. And now that we are conducting votes in Old Anambra, we are voting massively in Old Anambra. People see it as a child's play. But what is happening to Nigeria right now has given us the more leverage for us to continue what we are doing. And on that mandate, on what US placed Nigeria on, to condemn all the atrocities that is happening in Nigeria. So, you can see it officially. As saying that this abuse, responsible for human rights abuse, this pressure can cripple Nigeria can cripple Nigeria diplomatical for them to stop fighting Biafra recognition, because that's we make a declaration. They are fighting. They are lobbying some countries not to recognize us. With Britain, but US shook them on their neck by placing Nigeria where it is right now. Watch out for what will come out from UK. Watch out. Let us see what they will do. Please like and share the program, please. Very important. If you like, please do that. Making it a lesser coastal political move for other countries to support the secession. So now that they have seen why we are fighting, why we make a declaration from November 29, 2024, is because of all this inhuman treatment, because of the abuse, because of the intimidation, because of the killing, because of all manner of evil that is happening in Nigeria, and the killing of the indigenous people. That because of we want to be alive. That is why we, the Biafran people, rose up and make our declaration. And on that mandate, after our declaration, for the first time ever, we have a government that can be able to carry on. Is where Nigeria has been putting on such level of place. So the only solution here is what? USD government, whether I like it or not. Because the solution is not to put Nigeria a country of concern. Yes, somehow where it sounds good is because of where we are now that we have a government. And they told you that it's only country that is a new country that make a declaration of independence can come in with a document. Now, who is that country? United States of Biafra, that people are running away from. They do not understand the meaning of the declaration. Then they told you, is those that will come to UN, to UK Parliament, to come and argue, those that our lobbyists going to, why are they going to go? They are going to go there because Biafra has become a country by our official declaration of November 29, 2024. With the documents on their hand, they will listen because why? Those that they are going to meet in UN, they are representing country, not group, not individuals. You are following? They are not, you are going to meet someone who comes from a country and who represents his country. So they are not there to represent group, but they are there to represent country. And you who is coming with a declaration document of the independence and the grievances, then they will give you a listening ear because there is a population. Do you know that when we are going, we have meetings to go? We have our declaration document to go. We have our self-referendum over 50 million Biafrans. Then we have our grievances. When you check our grievances, why we depart from Nigeria, that is what makes America to place Nigeria on this particular a country of concern. That is it. So USB has all it takes now to argue, and they told you here that this make it easier, and this a direct point for us to look for our international recognition. Are you following? This make it easier for the government. So please, someone should tag our government to tell them they should help us. So, one is the government first. Let me tell you, once Biafra seek and gets international recognition, enemies will run coming. Ndị ba is n'okwu Igbo na adịghị adị n'Igbo eji agụ osu. Onye m ihe ọ bụ ihe ọ pụtara n'okwu Igbo. A sị na ọ na-eme agụrụ ụmụ egbuo ha isi. The one mind we need is those that believe in USB to have the one mind and move on and push for what we are looking for. That is why we are bringing all this exposition out, for you to know that with all that is happening right now, that the government and our government had journal here now America document, America constitution and our government. You are not a country. IRFC, IRFA. Go and check in there. I work in a country ka na ekwu okwu ya na ọ bụrụ a group and ọ bụrụ nke ya emechazie o wee bụrụ ha nọ na group ha wee want international organization ha wee bụrụzie a country ọ bụ eziokwu. You will first become a country before coming where countries are talking. You will first become an independent new country before you will come into where other countries are gathering. When a president of a country is having meeting, that prove that this particular person must come by himself, you will see all the presidents going in there. If you're not a president, you will not pass the door. So on this aspect, if you're not a country, the door is not for you. If you are not a country, the door is not for you. You must be a country for the door to open for you. So that is why we have to reason. That is why you don't have to sabotage the government. So we must try to leave that thing that we are thinking and face reality. What is the reality? The reality right now is that this particular country of concern, a place Nigeria on it, is giving us a way for us to go in to do what? To do more into what we are doing. It's giving us what? A way to go and continue, a way to be a new country and get international recognition. If all these things, killings here and there, triggers them to place Nigeria where Nigeria is right now, what stops them from we that are since over from 1967 to 2025 asking to be free? This is a living witness why we, the Biafran people, exit Nigeria. What do you see? This is the witness. This is evidence. So for America to place Nigeria a country of a particular concern, you see, that is the reason why we are fighting to leave. That is why we exit Nigeria on November 24, 2024. November 29, 2024. Because of we don't have the power, the mandate to place Nigeria of a country, particular of a concern. And that's why we seek on the self-defense, on self-determination, to have a new country, so we can preserve our life. And today, America has seen it. What made us to make our declaration? Then why can't they recognize us? The government will use the lobby and do their job. This is the time to finish what we are looking for. Let us see if the world, if America, if Donald Trump, if the congressmen, if security apparatus of America are like Nigeria, if they will shy away from the truth. But I know that this hold all of them on the neck, because they will not run away from this one. So with this, other countries have to support Biafra as a country. Other countries have to do what? Support Biafra as a country. Because what makes America to put Nigeria a country of particular concern is what we see, because we don't have the mandate to put them as a country of particular concern. That is why we make our declaration under self-determination, to preserve our life and our properties and our country and our land. All this is why we did one that controls all this together. We move.
3. The publicity strategy, the humanitarian crisis.
Do you hear that? The publicity strategy, how the government can put a strategy to go in. Humanitarian crisis. What are we passing through in Nigeria? Is it not humanitarian crisis where people cannot protest and say what they want? What is that? Let us continue. Let us listen.
The CPC status brings heightened global media scrutiny to the violence and insecurity in Nigeria. Controlling the narrative, the Biafran movement can use this attention to frame the struggle less as a territorial conflict and more as a humanitarian intervention issue. Drawing on the tragic precedent of the Biafran War, 1967 to 1970, the movement can appeal to international sympathy, positioning the breakaway as the only stable, rights-respecting alternative for the region.
I hope you are hearing it. Is it not sounding clearly on your ear? The CPC status bring highlighted global media summit to the violence and insecurity in Nigeria. Whether your name is Livingstone or whatever, please, if you know I'm lying, please call me. And if you cannot call, you're not a man, you're a robot. Call me on this number so I can be able to listen to you. Livingstone, call me, look at my number, +9 7 3 60 51 3 7. You are here. See me reading from America Consulted Law, IRFA 1998. Do you think that I am making a story? Look at what I'm reading, Okoko. Call me if you're a man. If you know what I'm saying. Look at it. Look at what I'm reading. Call me. Let us argue. Let me understand the argument here. If you don't call me, you're not a man. You are a dead stone until you call me. If you know that you're a man, call me. If you know that you're a human being, if you know that you're not a Fulani man who don't want Nigeria to be break, call me now. I'll give you a number. Call. Yes, it's only Biafra freedom, my brother. Will stop all these things that they're destroying in Lagos. It's only now that we have a country who can use this opportunity to lobby and represent the Biafran people to become a full country. Livingstone, I ask you to call or number +97 33 60 51 337. I will call it again for you. +97 33 60 51 337. Call and prove how I am lying. Not on comment section. I want to hear your voice. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you. I'm going to give you 30 minutes to call. Please, my people, please like and share the program. It's very important if you do so. Please like and share. Don't mind your cocos. Imagine somebody seeing me reading what is on the ground, what America wrote, and from where they have power and things they put down that made them now to put Nigeria as a country of a concern. And you are talking. If you don't call me, any comment from you that is not calling, I will block the hell out of you. You know that you will have time, 20 minutes. You have 5 minutes or 2 minutes to write the junk that you are writing. Then for me, it just take me a seconds to delete that. I have deleted it now. Is this am I storing 77 times my comment? Call now. I'm waiting for your call. Yes, my brother, we move. No, when they come, we give us the way they want it. So you can see what they are saying. What American law, what they constituted, from where they read and put Nigeria country of a concern. You can see it here. Not Biafran people, not me. The Biafra movement can use this attention to form the struggle lesser as a territory conflict and more as a humanitarian intervention issue. Drawing on the tragic procedure of the Biafra War 1967 to 1970, the movement can appeal or apply to the international sympathy. Why they fought for Biafra in 1967 to 1970? That is the thing that America just yesterday placed Nigeria on, because we don't have the power to, the money to place Nigeria there. Now that those who has power has placed them there, our own is to use that opportunity to grab what we are looking for. And they said it's only when, because now what brings Biafra in here, we have made official declaration in 1967 to 1970. Then on 29th of November 2024, we redeclare it again as a new country again. So with this, they said, we can use it to argue. And it will draw pity. It will draw sympathy. That we make the world to recognize us. There is things that we are going to use to do that. Listen to those things.
NGO and donor support. The CPC
NGO and the donor support. People will be bringing their funds. We will look for some organizations that are not part of UN, not part of all this. And if it means paying them money, for them to continuously preaching why we need the recognition, and also telling America, telling the whole world that if you can put Nigeria as a country of concern, that you must give recognition. All are in awareness. Livingstone, are you not calling? Yebal also. The PCC status. Let us see why it's important.
status encourages international non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and faith-based groups, who are often highly influential in the US and Europe, to offer political and material support to the people in the Biafran region, further legitimizing the break and establishing a de facto relationship with the international community. What Biafra must do to maximize this...
Listen, before we go into what we must do, on our Shania, go and hold transformer, because Biafra has been redeclared. You cannot stop it. Because, yes, my brother, Bishop, we have gone to the point of no return. The clean of the Igbos Nigeria has killed is overwhelming. It's too much. We can't return back. And now we have things. Now that the door has opened. When we go back to Obi and go, meghe. Okeze kusa go egwu na si mege ọnụzọ nke Biafra. Ọnụ ụzọ emegakwa n'ala ma maazị. Ọnụ ụzọ nke Biafra emepele mana maazị na o go through the action of US. And it can only be capable, it can only be more well understood now that we have a government who can use this opportunity to lobby, to first bring that argument on the table. Even if they are throwing it away, that is why when we go and they throw it away, that is why we use some independent media that have highest population, to, even if it means paying this media's money, this NGO's money, they will carry the news. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. So please like and share the program as you come in. Now, for the means of the NGO, we have to pay them money so they can be able to carry news. We can also pay the money to interview our government. All these things are multiple dimension. You remember that one radio TV channel that interviewed our deputy prime minister before things are triggering out. All those bigger Americans, only come where they are. What they want is money. We have an agreement with how much we pay you for this social hour. Then we do what we need to do. All of them are triggering for what? Only one goal: international recognition and stop children go to. Do you understand it? That thing that stops the door has opened. And when certain, my mind will be rushing to go and say, oh, is it why Ojukwu said that Biafra will come from diaspora? Because those that are given recognition is in diaspora, not in the African, not in Biafra homeland. For those who will tell you, come to Biafra and fight now. You marry. So our government to please, if it means paying individual medias, we have to do that. That is why, please come and support the government. Bring the fund. The government know what to do, but the fund is the problem. Forget the place you are. Nothing is happening there. They are just deceiving you. They are telling you cock and bull stories that you must stop and listen to the reality that will help all of us to achieve what we are doing. And the truth is bitter. The United States of Biafra, Labor don't go to is the truth. That is why it is so bitter. That is why you're running away from it, because people don't like truth. They like propaganda, lies, and so on. That is why these days, as it before, no one woke up chog one in Rakoko. Look at it, why in Aluzogu, who go 247 Abuzo, one saloon. As well as saloon go 247 and all of them. Look at Akurawa oge nkere nwaanyị na-alụ ọgụ ụmụ nwoke enwezi akụkọ na-akọ instead of ebe nwaanyị nwoke lụcha ọgụ nwaanyị enwere akụkọ. Look at ebe ụwa bujiri anyị because of money. And what is hard to bribe this world is woman. No, it's hard to bribe a woman. If a woman accepted bribe, you will destroy everything. But once she's not accepted, she becomes the most strongest person. That's what we're seeing today. That is exactly what we are seeing today. So whoever that is thinking otherwise should stop. And whatever you are thinking, that you think there is any other way it will come, no other way. The only way is through United States of Biafra as what? As a new country. As that has official declaration of independence. Or be an away iwe n'obi. Or born and was forced to bag now. A back in on bad email. Where are you? So my people, what we have to do is what we must do. Now that every door is opening, when you pray and say, God, open door for me, and when that door opens, do you know that the door has opened? Or the door will be open and you're asking for the door to open. So, United States of Biafra, the door has opened for the Biafran people. For us to seek our international recognition. It is very important. It is imperative that the government employ every multiple dimension, but we know that money is involved. Are you donating? Or you're not you? Or you can offense? No, you must continue. What Biafra people must do to mask this advantage, what we must do.
Vantage. The CPC designation only opens the door. Biafra must still meet the Montevideo criteria for statehood. Required action. Post-declaration. How it leverages the CPC designation. Establish effective control. Must demonstrate that their new government, not Nigeria's, maintains exclusive security and administrative control over the claimed territory, proving they can guarantee the religious freedoms Nigeria failed to protect.
Do you hear that? The things that Biafra must do. For the issue of the criteria of the Montevideo Convention, we have sealed that one up. We overmet that criteria. Manaus signal required action and post-declaration. Do you see it? And on a declaration. In that game, right now, to use this CPC to get international recognition. No, bro, na nyeme kwa I game. Anya emele no. Came 1 year. Getting to 1 year now. Or for some days for us to be inside 1 year. Is it not true? So we have done that. We have done that. How it leveraged the CPC designation, establishing effective control. How? Most dominant must there, new government, not Nigeria, maintaining exclusive security and administrative control over the claim territory, providing they can grant the religion freedom, Nigeria failed to protect them. Do you hear that? We have to prove also that we can protect our life. That is why we have Biafra Army under United States of Biafra government. That's it. I said what? That is why we have Biafran Army to protect the people of Biafra under United States of what? Biafra. Let's continue.
Commitment to human rights, publish a constitution or founding documents that explicitly guarantee rights for all residents, including any ethnic or religious minorities within Biafra's proposed borders, countering the narrative of fragmentation and ethnic purity, prevent internal violence, ensure that all armed groups associated with the movement are unified and operate under strict civilian control, demonstrating they are a stable force capable of observing international law, unlike the abusive forces operating in the CPC-designated state. Seek UN observer status. Use the documented human rights failures, the CPC findings, to lobby for a debate in the UN General Assembly, or even the Security Council on the humanitarian need for self-determination. The key takeaway is that the CPC designation is a powerful political and moral weapon that allows the Biafran independence movement to argue that their secession is not just desirable, but legally and morally necessary to end systematic state failure. Would you like to know more about the historical example of South Sudan, which successfully used a severe human rights crisis to gain recognition from a parent state, Sudan, that was also sanctioned by the US for human rights abuses?
I hope you have what they want us to do, and they give us example of those who have done that. About South Sudan and Sudan. They sanctioned Sudan. As they sanctioned them, the South Sudan grabbed the opportunity of the human rights abuse to give it to the world, and that gives them international recognition. That is what gives them their what? Their international recognition. The key takeaway is that the CPC designation is a powerful political and moral weapon that allows the Biafran independence movement to argue that the secession is not just desirable, but legal and the moral necessary to end systematically state failure of Nigeria. They give us a guideline how we can argue. Look at it here now. So they also give us an example. When South Sudan looking for their own independence from Sudan, what happens? They occupy the inhuman right from Sudan and present it. And meanwhile, in their own time, there was a sanction also the way it is in Nigeria right now from the same US. So tell me why you will tell me, what work for Sudan will not work for us. What are you saying? What are you telling me? Somebody said that the what work for Bangladesh will not work for us. And the question is, what is that work for Bangladesh cannot work for you? Protests in America, in the UK. Now they told that you have to go on the UK congressman and have to go to the UK parliament. You have to go to Washington DC congressman. That is what will not work. I don't know how it is sometimes. Is it what is not going to work? Is what I'm asking you. You see every opportunity that we have to grab it. This is why in the mind you were saying no people. No or dibia mara or and in English they told you that the future lies in the past, in the history of the past. There's something you must learn from the past that will trigger you to the present to move on. You were using the documented human rights failures, the CPC finding to lobby for a debate in the UN General Assembly or even the Security Council on the human rights needs for self-determination. This is only way I ask them, are you sure that this self-defense is for black people? Why is it only for the whites? So, my people, these are the things that we need to do on our own. We need to use every opportunity that comes our way to achieve our goal. We don't have to wait for one particular one. That is always my own kind of words. We don't wait because I don't know the one that will happen. Whether is it protest, whether is it this one, whatever it is, what we need to do, like Abato Obie said, that the movements can be accomplished very fast with multiple dimensions. Now, we can also be argued to UK, to UN, that this is why Simon Ekpa was arrested by Finland in colluding with Nigerian government. We can also argue that is what they are fighting for. That they are not sponsoring any terrorism. They are not inciting anybody. Rather, they are the one protecting. And that's why I ask this question again. Why is when a black man is fighting under self-defense to protect his people, why Europe always tag that person terrorist? Why? But you put this law for us. So this law was meant only for you people. Is it why people always hide what you are doing? Eh? Is this the reason why you hide everything that people are doing? For you to prove that the self-determination is not for the black people, but you put it here. The humanitarian need for self-determination. So we have to carry everything along. I am going to play without touching it, so in case if you want to record, you can record it, because that is how we come to 1 and 2 of it today. Then for tomorrow, we will continue to more of this, because we need to use this to do something. Is that it? Okay, well, listen.
That is a highly relevant and strategic question. For a secessionist group like the one advocating for Biafra, the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, CPC, for religious freedom violations can be transformed from a general human rights issue into a specific diplomatic asset for achieving international recognition. The CPC designation does not guarantee recognition, but it provides the geopolitical leverage that a simple declaration of independence lacks. Here is a breakdown of how the CPC status can be strategically used by Biafra to seek international recognition after a declaration of independence. 1. The legal argument, remedial secession. The most powerful way the CPC designation can help Biafra is by providing external validation for the principle of remedial secession. The claim, remedial secession, argues that a distinct group has the right to break away as a last resort when the parent state commits systematic, egregious, and ongoing human rights abuses against them, and all internal remedies have been exhausted. The CPC evidence, the US government's formal designation of Nigeria as a CPC, means the US State Department has officially found, quote, systematic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom. The link, Biafran advocates can connect the persecution highlighted by the CPC to the ethnic and religious identity of the people in the proposed Biafran territory, arguing that the Nigerian state is not only failing to protect them, but is effectively creating the conditions for their annihilation or marginalization. This makes the Declaration of Independence appear not as an act of rebellion, but as an act of necessary self-preservation. 2. The diplomatic strategy, gaining high-level patrons. International recognition is a political process where key countries, patron states, must lead the way. The CPC status makes this process easier. Lobbying Western governments. The CPC designation is driven by specific US law, IRFA. This gives BIRFA advocates a direct mandated entry point into foreign policy discussions in the US Congress, the UK Parliament, and the European Union. They can lobby these bodies with the argument, you have formally condemned the conditions that necessitate our independence, therefore, you have a moral obligation to recognize our self-defense measure, secession. Targeted sanctions. The CPC designation opens the door for the US to impose targeted sanctions, travel bans, asset freezes, on Nigerian officials responsible for human rights abuses. This pressure can cripple Nigeria's diplomatic capacity to fight Biafra's recognition, making it a less costly political move for other countries to support the secession. 3. The publicity strategy, the humanitarian crisis. The CPC status brings heightened global media scrutiny to the violence and insecurity in Nigeria. Controlling the narrative. The Biafran movement can use this attention to frame the struggle less as a territorial conflict and more as a humanitarian intervention issue. Drawing on the tragic precedent of the Biafran War, 1967 to 1970, the movement can appeal to international sympathy, positioning the breakaway as the only stable, rights-respecting alternative for the region. NGO and donor support. The CPC status encourages international non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and faith-based groups, who are often highly influential in the US and Europe, to offer political and material support to the people in the Biafran region, further legitimizing the break and establishing a de facto relationship with the international community. What Biafra must do to maximize this advantage? The CPC designation only opens the door. Biafra must still meet the Montevideo criteria for statehood. Required action. Post-declaration. How it leverages the CPC designation. Establish effective control. Must demonstrate that their new government, not Nigeria's, maintains exclusive security and administrative control over the claimed territory, proving they can guarantee the religious freedoms Nigeria failed to protect. Commitment to human rights. Publish a constitution or founding documents that explicitly guarantee rights for all residents, including any ethnic or religious minorities within Biafra's proposed borders, countering the narrative of fragmentation and ethnic purity. Prevent internal violence. Ensure that all armed groups associated with the movement are unified and operate under strict civilian control, demonstrating they are a stable force capable of observing international law, unlike the abusive forces operating in the CPC-designated state. Seek UN observer status. Use the documented human rights failures, the CPC findings, to lobby for a debate in the UN General Assembly, or even the Security Council on the humanitarian need for self-determination. The key takeaway is that the CPC designation is a powerful political and moral weapon that allows the Biafran independence movement to argue that their secession is not just desirable, but legally and morally necessary to end systematic state failure. Would you like to know more about the historical example of South Sudan, which successfully used a severe human rights crisis to gain recognition from a parent state, Sudan, that was also sanctioned by the US for human rights abuses?
I hope you had it clearly. This is what I have for today for you. In the evening time or in the night, if Chukwu can give us the time or have the strength, we are going to, for you to understand this very well, then we are going to handle why did the US put Nigeria in a country of concern. So in the evening time, we are going to treat, so you, as you have listened to, I know why I played this first. And remember, I started by playing you the meaning of a country particular concern. You remember I played it before I got to this one, this last one. We played two today. We read two today. So by the time we come back in the evening time, we are going to handle why did Nigeria. So then, when what this UNRO, this their law of 1993 said here, that triggers them to put IRFA. So you can go and search on your own. So you know that I am not making stories here. I am not making. So what I'm proving is what they put down before this day. So we look at all these things now. In the evening time now, they have told us what we are going to use. Then we will find out that they said that we are going to use that thing that make America to place a country of particular concern to Nigeria, that we can use to argue. Then in the evening time, I have got that one already. We are going to know those things that warranted this, if they are happening or they are not happening. Then why was it that Biafra government is what we used to go and used to argue, and add it our own grievances? All these things are there. Oh, we go about to and trying to get that music on I go mege. I just want you to know that no zone can Biafra mege kwa now. All go to a coast to South Sudan. The same America placed the embargo on Sudan. The South Sudan take over from there. They get their own international recognition. So let us see if what makes America to place Nigeria country of a particular concern is what is in our grievances, then you may understand it. If South Sudan can get international recognition because of the placement, the embargo, the sanction they give to Sudan that makes the South Sudan get their international recognition, what of us right now? So that's why I told you, n'ọnụ ụzọ nke Biafra emeghekwala. Mazụ ihe ọzọ ị na-eche na mmanụ ihe ọzọ na-ebughị isi m iji na ọ na-aga nga enwere isi na-akụ inyo na social media. And they said it's only a new country that has a declaration document that they are going to give chance for this, not any group, not any individual. They are not with any group, any individual. It must be a okay. On what IPOB, go and do declaration now. Mokoko. IPOB, go and do declaration. Autopilot to go and do declaration now. Fall back, bring declaration. CRC, bring declaration document. Make it now. Today, the CRC is holding declaration of University of Biafra. Go and do it. Mokoko. Open back and go and bring it. So now say to go kwano. Open Gozarabeze. Why no chog okay when I go Mokoko Mbanse. Mbada nwa. Ana aki on social media. Ana aki nyo. Ndị mara eso na egia. Ada ndị ochu na ekwunyere na eje. Ada kwole. Nwaanyị gbachara akwụla. Ndị ba eso na nwaanyị gbachara akwụla, ọgba kwole. Ifere pụrụ nwata nwaanyị gba kwole. Ihe ga-eji mara ndụ ya bụ isi asị. Na ifere apụọ ya n'ihu. Ọ wara asị mere nni. Because o ji asị ha defend the onwe. That is the other ọra na put today. First Nations Unite ngwanụ mgbe ị ga-esobi document ya ya pụtakwa n'ebe ị nọ. Ebe ọ bụ na South Sudan because of the embargo or sanction America mere Sudan wee nweta nke ha wee send ya ha ma wee pụta n'onwe ya 2 hour DPM gọọmenti wee send ndị mana Burkina Faso. First Nations Unite pụta nke send ya gị o. First Nations Unite pụta ka send ya gị. Ijere anyị ịmanye n'ime ọhịa enwe bi na mbọ na-ekwugheri oge nkere ihe ejekwanị ndị lọbi gị ebe ka ha nọkwanị. We don't have time for nonsense. It's our time. Ọnụ ụzọ nke Biafra emepeele. We must take this opportunity. We will grab it with all our full hand, all our full chest, with everything in us. So we must continue with pushing, using our platforms to push, to let the world, America, that thing that makes you to put Nigeria of a particular, a country of a particular kind. America, that is why we make a declaration and we denounce Nigeria. Nigeria is killing us. Inhuman rights abuse. Everything, the only little one you see that made you to put this, they kidnap Masnandikan because of this. A whole Finland who want to make world a better place, or we may our prime minister arrest, including with Nigeria government, because of the truth that they are speaking. That is just the problem. So this thing you see today is why Mazen Kano remained in Jesus dungeon for 5 years. This thing you said is why they keep Mazen Simon. But this is making it maximum 1 year. Finland take him away from us. The greedy, evil Alexander Stubb. What you see that made you to place Nigeria on a country of permanent concern is what Mazen Simon, our prime minister, was defending us for, and they take him away. If you know how many people that Nigeria people killed in Biafra land after our declaration, if you know what Oge Nkere Adando Ocho, did in our land. But we are happy that we are getting an answer to all that we are looking for. It's not of take our time to research. That thing that is missing, we will replace it. We will bring the truth out and look at the truth here. Our happiness, those that are on this government should be na agwara gị no way government mere a declaration ji their document n'aka ga-eje. Sitakwa na ihe anyị gụrụ bụ ihe edere na 1998. Ọ bụ ọkwa na afọ anyị nwa na 2024 wee je dee ya mbakwa o. Ihe mere o ji bụrụ na afọ Biafra bakwara n'ime ka m na-achọ ịkọrọ gị maka mgbe ị mara ihe ị ga-akọ no ihe na platform ri Biafra TV na ajụrụ m ya the other ajụrụ m ya as just a question ebutezie ya binye m like this wee mbiazi chozi eju ya in the second time wee mee gịnị wee tinyezie Biafra n'ime ya o wee bụzie na ihe m na-achọ ka m na-afụ na nwaanyị na amaghị ya ekwuzi ya. Why can't I say it? But my people, our line is still open for phone call. You can call. Before we go, we are going to play the videos that America from. Well, I agree. Nigeria should be a country of concern. Only Nigeria. We are going to play those videos and the killings that is going on and how Soludo use military to militarize Biafra land, are forcing us, intimidation, inhuman rights abuse, flogging people. People will come out from the road. They will come down from the car and use their leg and trek for over 5 to 20 minutes. What kind of life is that? That is why we make a declaration. And the Britain, UK are sponsoring the killing going on in Biafra land. America, you're supposed to sanction Britain also, UK. Because they are father of all the evil, the atrocity, the inhuman treatment by force, because they use by force to amalgamate us. Go and check very well. You see the documents where Britain said after 50 or 100 years that we should come together. Britain has struck that thing out from their history. Go and check. I have searched and searched and searched to bring it out. I could not see it. It's no longer there. How do you know? Now when we Britain, in care the bezrebu, they how Brian here the care the bezreba now. No. Now when we Britain will go after 50 or 100 years that they be after people to come to the round table to ask if they can be able to put together. Britain has struck it out after Obato exposed that particular document. It's no longer there anymore. I am telling you what I have tried to, because I wanted to read it out again to remind people, the gullible ones. They have changed it too. The only thing that I say no, or say yeah, no. Britain did not never say that after Sojourn that people should come together and ask if they will stay together. Britain has crashed that place. How it disappeared from that document of amalgamation, I don't even know. Because before, when you bring the amalgamation documents out, you will see everything. How could you ever? But I'm called the evil Britain, the evil UK. So, my people, if the call comes in, we will take. But if the call did not come, we will play some videos of the killings that is going on. Even if there is one you have, you can forward it to us. We will play it. If there is anyone you have, send it. We will play the video. Because we must prove to the world why we make a declaration. Na nke America for a prempe. For over from 1967 to 2025. Please like and share, like and share the program. Please touch the like button. If it's the first time coming, you will see a dot, straight dot in front of you. Click hand on it, it will open. You will see like and share. Please, even if you don't want to share, just like. Let's get to 40, please. We're already on that. Okay, we're already on 40. If you can make it 45 to 50. Please, my people, it is very, very important. It is very, very important if you can do so. Yes, so it's our turn, and nobody will stop us. A time of South Sudan used, grabbed very well. Immediately they sanctioned Sudan. What of Northern Cyprus? What of Kosovo? These are countries at March. What of Afghanistan of 2021, Uncle? Look at Afghanistan fighting for only their country after 2 years. Then getting to 5 years, they get recognition. Our own they will because of there is too much saboteurs, no two again the DOS. Those that don't even have anything to offer, they are the ones that make highest noise. Do you see our DPM making noise? Why put up working nwoke akpọrọ onwe ya n'ụlọ ụmụ ọba nsị ọbụla na-akọ na-agarị n'iro ọ bụrụ ihe a na-ekwu. So we must continue. Now, there is one thing I want to draw into your attention to. One of our sisters, she has been talking, but there is no action. And she's saying the truth, but the problem is there is no action. Do you know why I said there is no action? Because everything she said, after saying it, the only solution that is an action into what is going on is only supporting Biafra government. That is only what will stop all those things. That's why I said here, Donald Trump, you did well, but what is the solution? When you are not there, who will save those Christians? So for those men to be saved, give us Biafra. Then we will secure those Christians. That is the truth that we all must know. That is also thing that government used to argue. How we can secure, how we can provide that security that the people of Biafra, the people of Biafra, they do not have. I want us to listen to this before that thing. Or okay, we can use this one when we come back.
Also, Saturday, bandits attacked Keta outskirts.
Listen.
Keta outskirts is in a Safe local government area of Zamfara State. I don't know if I pronounced the Safe well, but it's spelled as T-S-A-F-E. Is it Safe or I don't know, but the spelling is T-S-A-F-E. So they attacked that community yesterday in the evening. Not that, never to date that. See what they did to that community.
They burned it down.
See what they did. They burnt their farmland and abducted every single person living on this farm. I'm not telling you to tell person, go and tell person that me, English Alhaji, said bandit attacked this community yesterday, during the 1st of November 2020. They burnt their farmland and abducted every single person working there. No media will tell you these things. I know they come here to do. No media will tell you these things. There's no media that will tell you what is going on here. But you know the story. I tell you that.
Please like and share the program, please.
I will bring that out. If they hide that, me will bring that out. See what they did. Now, the touching part of this thing is that, the painful part of this whole thing is that these bandits have extorted millions on these Keta people. They have extorted millions from them. And it's not that the government is not aware, they are aware. If the government say they are not aware of this thing, may God punish me. If they say they are not aware, may God punish me. See what is going on in the world. No media will tell you these things. Bro, see,
yesterday being Saturday, being 1st of November,
social media
kidnapping and burning people's houses is what they used to enter November. Could you imagine in the evening time?
Just God. Now God. You understand? Now just God. They keep me here. Sometimes I feel like crying. Sometimes when they post these things, the thing they touch me. I don't know how to be. This thing they touch me. Because people are losing their lives.
People are losing their lives every day. That is why Biafran people has said, no, we are going to be alive. We are not going to be like those people that he's mentioning. We must be alive to face these people. We must. That is why our declaration is very important, and it is sacrosanct. Nobody will take it away from us, and nobody will stop us. Now that we have raised and said yes to life, and he said no, Nigeria is what? No, no, no to us. Please like and share the program. Yes, this is what is going on. They're killing. They're killing. We want America to see. This is what is happening. This one is picture. But I don't want you to carry noise because of YouTube. How many is here? Unaccountable. It does not end. This one is one badge. America, see it here again. Another badge. See. All this is why the Biafran people has made our declaration. This is why you must give us recognition. We will help you to stop this. Putting Nigeria as a country of concern and also sanction Nigeria, placing an embargo, doing all it's not the end, it's not the solution. We are giving the world the solution. The solution is United States of Biafra. The solution is United States of Biafra will stop this. Because Donald Trump, when you go, the worst will happen. When you left, the one happens. Where, look at it here. Another group. This is what people are passing through. This is the evidence that you ask us to present. Me that are a Biafra man who wants Biafra, I am giving the evidence. And I am alive because I run away from Nigeria. Look at the current happening. This is the current happening on Friday. That is why every media now is hot since today. Look at it. So if this is happening and you want someone to be keeping silent, so yes, it's good to put Nigeria as a country of concern, but without giving the indigenous people their freedom, nothing has been done. Nothing has been what? Done. And nothing is working. If you cannot give us Biafra to quench this fire, we ask for what? For official recognition of United States of Biafra. Now that Burkina Faso has also given us a leveling ground to prove who we are and showcase our case.
If you want the presidency, you have to work for it. Tinubu, you must work for it.
Listen.
How is Tinubu working for it? You must condemn anybody who comes out.
This is our diplomatic movement in Burkina Faso.
That's what they're doing. Some of you don't understand.
You can see our brother. That's why you see the of Mason and the can. You can see our brother there.
And that is why we are here to tell you. The real terrorists in Ashraf, they have dropped them. And now presidency is telling you, you cannot touch them. But these are people in Yoruba forest. No, you cannot touch them. A whole presidency. You feel that every Fulani man is in on this. They are foot soldiers and Yetiala.
Exactly.
Have you all forgotten that they gave Yetiala 100 billion? Have you all forgotten? No, typical Nigerian nigga. Have you all? Oh, if you want the presidency, you have to work. Nigerians! So yesterday, being the 21st of October 2025, in the evening, yesterday, they don't go tell them what I'm going to tell them.
Now, Bugara imported them now.
Fafawa Road for Kano State. Almighty Kano, bandit block Fafawa Road in the evening of yesterday. The 21st of October 2025.
This is what happened on 1st of October.
I know they come here to fake news. Legit. They blocked the road. Fafawa Road is in a Shanono local government area of Kano State. Where those police people, those useless police, when they against me for Abuja, when they unalive this man here.
Child.
They unalive this man. This man here, they unalive him. Go and check. Go and check. That same yesterday, they still blocked Turawa Road in Katsina State. They unalive 2 people. Yesterday.
Imagine.
The 1st of October 2025. Turawa is in Musawa.
The word for you to see, that thing that triggers you is what makes us to declare United States of Biafra as our own country for us to be alive. And that is the only way. That's the real solution.
What happened yesterday? So where those useless police, when the useless police went to against us yesterday, went to against me and other protesters for just shouting free Nnamdi Kanu.
Do you hear that?
Nnamdi Kanu. With our black hand and nothing again. Why where we are there? Where we are there yesterday, where these things they happen. 2 persons lost their life in Katsina State. This one here lost his life in Kano State. You see now, now me and for this country. Me and
Are you hearing it?
don't believe any stone unturned.
This is not Biafran people, though. Because inside our grievances,
This is what the Fulani are saying.
Watan goma sha ɗaya su shirya.
They say November they should prepare and December.
hear it, that November and December is going to be the worst.
And this area, and we don't have any security man here.
An ji masu a kasan Birom.
That they are wounding them in Birom land.
Ko buga masu shi
They have killed their cows.
a kasan Mangu.
In Mango again, this is what the Fulani terrorists were telling her. This is a message.
An ji masu.
Look at somebody that already he has done worse to us, and they are the ones saying we have done worse to them.
Mutanen Marish.
Marish,
Sun ji masu.
that people of Marish, they kill their people.
Su ka za su bari.
They will not leave it.
You hear that?
You think
Threatening
the
the
government is
indigenous people.
unwilling or unable to protect the people of Southern Kaduna?
In fact,
They have killed
it
him
is
long
not
time
only
ago.
Unable, it is unwilling, and we have good reason to feel that they are part and parcel of the killers.
Okay.
Let me make some revelations to you.
That's a very big
Some of
allegation, Dr. Obadiah. The government is part and parcel of the killers.
Yes.
That's big.
Yes. Okay. How will the government just say, "Oh, it is revenge killing," and so on? Then you leave it there. Oh, because it is revenge killing, and so on and so forth. The body language of this administration, the body language of the state government, shows clearly that they have a hand in the killings. No doubt about it. Because you see, General Abacha, and people don't give him his due. Do you think you would have tolerated such nonsense? General Abacha famously said that if an insurgency lasts for more than 2 days, the government goes. That is the real and the truth. And let me make some revelations, because some of us also have our own intelligence networks.
Okay.
Have met with some of the bandits. We have met with some of their high commanders. 1 or 2 who have repented. They have sat down with us, not once, not twice. They told us that one of the northern governors is the commander of Boko Haram in Nigeria. Boko Haram and the bandits are one and the same thing. They have a sophisticated network. During this lockdown, their planes were moving up and down as though there was no lockdown. Moving ammunitions, moving logistics, moving money, and distributing them in different parts of the country. They're already in the south, in the rainforest of the south. They're everywhere. They told us.
I hope you had it. These men who are exposed Nigeria today is no longer alive. After that, they poisoned and they took him away. So for you, who is against what we are doing, you may understand why the Biafran people has made our move. That is why we are calling on America on what the sanction they're giving to Nigeria, for them to know that this is what we use our eyes see, and we now said no, we cannot, under self-defense, that we must make a declaration of a new country, which is happened to be the old country that was declared in 1967 to 1970, that 3 years. After that, on November 24, 2029, we stood up and make our official declaration back again. So it's only what we can do to save our life under self-defense. So we are calling on you. If you can place this embargo on Nigeria, sanction Nigeria and all these their evil leaders, please. The solution is giving us raising Biafra as a sovereign state. That is all we needed. So my people, from me, from here, have a wonderful day. Thank you so much. Until we meet again today.